And welcome back to Icewindale. Had a little week off, so as a recap, I'll try and recall the events of last session. You guys had just dealt with the hag and you'd left the caves, knowing that if you did return with some children, that they would help you resurrect Barritomus. But you declined that offer, and instead still wanted to save these poor orphaned children. Apparently were east of Goodmead. So you travelled out, found the farmhouse. Clearly there'd been some bloody encounter here, and you could see smears of where a body had been dragged away. Investigating the house, you did discover two shivering children who'd been barely surviving on the scraps left in the house. These two children recounted a tale, an encounter with a monstrous figure, the face of an owl with curled horns. Their icy gaze looked upon their father, and he dropped dead. The mother, not as fortunate to just die on the spot, was instead apparently frozen solid in some sort of ice-like cage, and then suddenly whisked away. And where they were teleported, you could see there was some sort of six-figured icicle, like a snowflake, in the actual farm. In fact, actually went ahead and made some art for that. I'll drag you over so you can have a little closer look. Just get rid of the token vision. There you go. Quite subtle. But there you go. This sort of six-figured, six-pointed snowflake was the mark of where where their mother had been taken. You got these children to safety in Goodmead, where you encountered the speaker. His name is Speaker Kendrick, and there was a bit of an argument that played out between the party, knowing that these individuals had just stayed huddled inside whilst this monster was was basically able to go from house to house, terrorizing them, and they didn't even go to check on the children. However, Speaker Kendrick said that he was not going to sit idle by anymore. He gathered up men and decided to set out. This time he was adamant that he'd return with the casks of mead that had been stolen days prior by apparently some giant-like being. The children are now under the care of Alavesa Unterpaw, and you also briefly met Glint the Tabaxi, seems to be up to something in the kitchen, and Shanda Froth, who seemed to be the one most protesting about what should be done next. Speaker Kendrick, thank you. He actually gave you the key to his house so you could stay and have a long rest. And in the morning, you set out to Bremen. You met back up with Faith, I believe, and you also spoke with Duvessa. Not Duvessa, yeah. No. Danica Greysteel, the priestess of the Church of Hades. And when she inspected the body of Barritomus, she found that instead his soul had not yet moved on. In fact, rather than death, his condition was closer to that of a petrification. And the only way to thaw him out of a frost giant's icy gaze was to recover the bones of a rather powerful dragon that now lies some far off to the east, the Wormdoom Crag. here there are a clan of Goliaths that safeguard them, and perhaps use them as even a warning to other dragons that dare try to challenge their might. So you gathered supplies, rented some axe beaks, and crossed the icy tundra with the fastest you've ever made it as well. I did a montage of traveling over the icy plains, up mountains, and finally to the actual cave itself. And there you could see the littered amongst the entranceways were these massive bones. This thing likely either an adult, maybe yeah, maybe ancient, but your guess is definitely a very powerful old dragon lays here. And as you went to investigate, some of the Goliaths nearby spotted you, and they seemed not hostile, but they did seem unwelcome to your presence, and they wanted you gone, especially since that you kind of mentioned that you were friends of the Thun Laka tribe. That's a tongue twister. They said that they're not friends with them anymore, and that you guys best just leave. And it was hard to get information as to why, but I think 607 you were able to go up to Ogalai, Orc Splitter. Oh shit! Sorry, this tribe is Thun Lakalaga. The chieftain here, Ogalai, said that long ago there had been a tragedy that had taken place. One of the young Goliaths had been attacked by a griffin, and then that griffin had been killed as it was prying and hunting this child, like it had got the taste for flesh. However, when you went to Sky Tower Shelter, they seemed to tell a different story. And they were much more welcoming, as you've actually previously met the tribe here, known as Akhenathi tribe. And they told you the story that instead it was the child that provoked the griffin, and that they had snuck into their camp and killed the griffin in its nest. You also got to meet a small little feathered griffin that fell down from the from the shelter, nearly splattered against the rock, but you managed to heal it and bring it back up to safety. And when you met the owner of them, you got to meet Eve, Stormpicker, and she seems to be in the midst of this tumultuous war that's going on between the two. Seems to be almost like a bridge to her people, we hope. But you've spoke to the chieftain, and Arn Rockfist has left it in your hands. He seems to be tired of this conflict. He admits it is a tragedy, but also that there doesn't seem to be any end for this in sight. And if you can find a way, then so be it. But he's left it in your capable hands, and for you guys to come up with the ideas. And you also prayed at some of these stone altars covered in runes. They seem to be able to give you some benefit, some blessing of strength or wisdom. And it's a D6, I believe, for like 24 hours. You can either add it to strength if you got the strength one, or I think it was wisdom for the other one. But yeah,
it was wisdom or charisma for the other one.
Thank you. Yeah. You also met Harad Cloudstrider, who was a very old and blind Goliath warrior, and she had this large crag cat that Ashanti was petting. The old Goliath seemed to be quite wise, and I think you helped them to bed, like getting them to bed. But that's where we kind of left off. You guys have been milling around the Sky Tower shelter, meditating, praying, or otherwise trying to get some rest. It's been a long journey here. So we can skip over to the morning. I believe everyone got what they wanted to do during the night. So you awaken the clan here has already cooked up what looks to be a massive buffet, we'll call it. There seems to be a large soup here. Stew, perhaps. And you know what, I'll drag your tokens down over there. Yeah, it's like a feasting hall, and you can see all the Goliaths already. There seems to be quite a joyous sort of atmosphere as you walk in here. Most of the Goliaths are not picking fights, but seemingly making small competitions amongst one another. Either who can eat the fastest, or who can like hold up the heaviest weights. There's already a just it's like just broken morning, and already people are raring to go. And if you recognize these small competitions, these happen all the time. One typical one is uh, the weight holding competition. Seeing how long they can hold these two heavy weights with their arms outstretched the longest.
This is not much of a spectator sport, you guys. Is there anything with like racing or fighting or I don't know, something interesting to watch?
Shooting.
Shooting,
That'd be
throwing things,
yeah.
aim. Yeah.
They look over to you. These are simply breakfast games, ones we can do in the feasting hall. If you want to take on a real challenge, there are plenty of games that we
Oh no
can
no.
partake.
I want to watch a real challenge. I don't want to necessarily. I don't think I could respectfully uh, uh, compete with any of you, experts that you are.
What are
I
they
just
eating
yeah.
food-wise?
Some sort of stew, like a hearty, warm stew.
Are there like
Piping hot, actually.
chunks and stuff in it?
Yes.
Mm.
Yes, there are chunks of game that they've likely cooked and readied.
Geist is going to pick up a piece, look amongst the party, and then just sort of look at Bits for a moment, blow on it for a bit, and say, "Bits, catch." Just chuck a bit of meat to the Bits.
I was going to say, I bet you Bits can eat faster than any of them.
Yep. I bet Bits can catch better than them.
Yeah, Bits was already slobbering at looking at this stew, and yeah.
Yeah, let's do it. You pick your fastest eater, and we're gonna put a cooled bowl of stew down for Bits, and I bet you Bits can eat faster than y'all can. Who is your?
You want me to come against the dog?
Oh yeah.
I mean, if you don't think you're good enough.
Akhenaten never turned down a challenge. All right. Get ready, little furball. And you see this Goliath sit down in front of Bits with a big, hearty bowl of stew. And offers a spoon to Bits.
Bits is not going to eat with a spoon. We're going to put the bowl down. All right. And, okay. So, you ready?
Uh-huh.
Ready. 1, 2, 3. Bits, eat!
Bits just dives in, their nose immediately covered in stew. And meanwhile, this Goliath picks up this big spoon. It's almost more like a ladle, and just begins like quaffing as fast as they can. Sure, you know what? Bits can give me like a constitution check.
Okay. All right. Constitution.
Yep. And I'll roll for the Goliath. Oh no!
Oh no! Wait, it changed to 15.
Well, the Goliath got the 15. He's just munching this down. What on earth happened to Bits?
It possibly wasn't cool enough, I guess.
Yeah. Or actually, what I didn't know is Bits had been sneaking food and wasn't as starving as I thought Bits was.
That's probably it. And they're not chewing either, right? They're just swallowing chunks and down. Oh no. Yeah, I'm afraid with a nat 1, Bits most definitely, like, tail behind their legs, probably goes into the corner and accidentally, like, pukes up a load of the meal onto the floor. The Goliath, like, oh, you gotta clean that up.
Of course.
The mutt's puked everywhere.
Not everywhere, just in the corner.
Oh. Well, I've lost my appetite anyway.
Well, then we'll have to think of something else to do.
Well, speaking of games, isn't there some sort of a challenge that some people should be preparing for? Why don't we
yes.
find out what that's going to entail?
That's true. Eve, you should probably get some food as you're going to be taking part in that. You don't want to take part in a challenge on an empty stomach. Unless that will give you an advantage in some way. I don't actually know much about this challenge other than crawling through a hole.
Guys, weren't you going to participate as well? And Ashanti, weren't you going to participate as well? So why don't we find out what you're looking at? Like, what's going to happen?
Yes. Eve, you're probably best. You've done it before, right? And so what actually happens for this challenge?
It's a mental and physical test where you are basically crawling through a cave sort of hole, and you basically see visions and stuff. Well, that's what I saw anyway. And it is just to see whether your mind and your body can overcome this. Unfortunately, I did not. But you know, you can always try again.
You'll do it this time.
What kind of visions was it? That seems to be what's maybe will trip you up. It's going to be something traumatic, I assume, right?
You know they're unique to each person.
It is quite unique for me.
You could tell them what you experienced.
Like, is it supposed to be? Is it supposed to be like your worst fear, your most traumatic event, what you fear you can't live up to, anything like that, or is it like, random? It might be something bad, it might be something good.
What I recall was basically like the clan. It makes fun of me anyway, but it was like the clan making fun of me times like 1 billion, and it kind of like was really overwhelming. I think that's kind of the thing that made me fail it. I don't know whether it'll be the same this time, like when we go and I attempt it again. But yeah, I've always...
Sorry. What 607 is also definitely what other Goliath adolescents have experienced as well. It does seem to be a different thing for each
one.
Yeah. But for you specifically, that what you described as was what you experienced.
Yeah, it could be different next time. But yeah.
Okay, so Ashanti, you may need to be prepared to face something to do with your family. And Geist, you might have to do something to be prepared to, I don't know, walk outside in the cold for 10 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, I had a feeling you were going to say something like that. I mean,
your arch nemesis is the weather.
I've overcome almost dying multiple times due to this cold. If it's just more of that, I think I can handle it.
I wonder if it's going to be like stuff that you're most afraid of, like right now, like the stuff that kind of drove you out into, leaving your clan and all that, or if it's going to be like hidden traumas that you don't even remember from your childhood. So exciting.
It's going to be exciting's perhaps not quite the word, but it'll certainly be a challenge, and I'm always up for a challenge.
That's
What
the
if
spirit.
yours is the opposite? Instead of feeling cold, you're going to feel so hot that you start taking your clothes off.
Uh-oh. That's
That
bad.
would
Don't
be
do
that
that.
would be
actually
bad.
worse. That's worse. That's worse. That's how
Yeah,
hypothermia comes up.
right.
So
So
note
we
to
both-
self: don't get naked. Gotcha.
That's one way of putting it, yes.
Haha, joke's on you. That's the plan. Kidding.
Next. Okay, but we
So
should at
when
least.
is all this happening? Is this going down like right away, or do we have the day to kind of chill?
Well, we're on a bit of a time limit, aren't we, with why we need to do this challenge,
Right.
so our best bet is probably to get some food in us and then head down there to see if we can get this done sooner rather than later.
So that
What would
reminds
you
me. I was going to ask everybody. Oh, sorry, Ashanti, did you want to?
No, I just was saying, I've already eaten my stew. I don't know what you're doing. 607, I'm so sorry to have interrupted. What were you saying?
No, that's okay. That's okay. I just wanted to make sure. So the whole point of this is to revive our frozen friend, right?
Yes.
And we're sure that he wants to be revived.
No.
Well, he's not dead. I mean, his soul hasn't
But he
left.
could be dead.
Yeah, but if his soul hasn't left, that means he wants to be here. Otherwise,
How do we know his soul hasn't left?
It would mean that not reviving him is like killing him in a way, I think.
Though
At least
it
that's how
might,
I
kill him.
see it. We need
might-
to at least bring him back and give him the choice. And if he wants to die after that, then he can do something foolish or self-harmful or whatever it is. But at least
So if we bring him back and he's like, "Oh, you should have let me die," then we can just kill him right then, right?
yeah,
yes.
it'd be a mercy. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I
but
mean-
Okay.
gotta
So
ask.
we'll
Hmm.
just making sure.
Consent is important. 607.
I mean, one of the issues is, based on what the priestess was saying, it might not be that his soul hasn't left, but that it can't leave until this, because it's like frozen, right?
So maybe it's trapped in like an in-between state, and either we bring him back and maybe he didn't want to come back, or we just burn his body now and let his soul be at peace and go away.
Hmm. I assume those would be the choices, yes.
Okay.
Um,
And we're going with the revive option.
I mean, unless we've got another use for what we're trying to get from these people, then I guess.
I think
mean,
so.
he's still got to find whatever he's trying to get from the fish, so he's at least got some unfinished business.
Plus, he has that.
He's trying to get somebody. Oh yeah, has a wife, but what was it? He doesn't like her or something.
I don't think they're particularly close, but that's just an impression. I don't actually. He didn't actually
Right.
say that much. Either way. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so maybe his wife. Maybe he wants to see his wife again. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he wants to come back to life again. Maybe he doesn't. Maybe whatever he's looking for is in some fish somewhere. Maybe it's not. And we know he definitely did not want to come up to the north because he seemed really pissed off as soon as he arrived. But
Yes.
whatever thing gives him his powers is making him do it or something like that, right?
Yes,
That's all
that
we
seems
Yeah.
to be the
that's
case.
that's the sum total of everything we know about the person.
And he fixes things, like little ornaments and stuff.
Oh yeah, but that's not.
And he's the joint best hunter in all of Icewindale.
That too.
You hear one of the Goliaths speak up, and this is the one who has the Velociraptor whistle.
But if he's okay.
And I know that you're worried about consent.
I'm who's worried about consent?
Okay, I thought you were worried about consent for bringing him back.
Oh no, I just want to make sure if we can kill him or not.
Well,
If that is his desire, yes.
Okay.
We will not stop you, 607. If he looks at you and says, I want to go back, take my life, and absolutely, but it has to be his choice. You don't leave somebody behind on a caravan if you can help. Yeah, if they want to be left behind, then you walk away.
All right, so we bring him back to life, and we see if he wants to die.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean it's a strange way of putting it, but yeah, that's what we're doing this for, isn't it? We owe it to him that much.
Is this guy troubled or something? Like, what? Why would he want to die again? I don't understand it.
I mean,
he's just really grumpy, like a lot.
I mean, it might not be that he wanted to die, but simply that he didn't want to be brought back. And as we don't have any way to ask him, I guess bringing him back, and then if he didn't want to be brought back, sending him back to where he was seems to be the best way, though it seems an odd choice to go to this effort. Honestly, I feel if he's alive, if we manage to bring him back, we should just keep him alive, if only until he pays back the debt.
But Barritomus,
oh yeah, this also...
he was an honorable competitor. He had the glint of wanting to live in his eye.
Okay,
I'm
so
sure
that's
he'll be capable
one
of
vote
great
for.
things.
I mean, considering all of how his powers work, right? He seems to. You said 607. That's the person who granted him his powers, brought him here. So perhaps he needs to do something before he can die properly. I don't know.
A hunter doesn't just lay down and die.
That is true. The only time we lay down is to take aim. Or to sleep.
So if you don't succeed in bringing him back, does that mean he kind of reincarnates or something? Or
I don't know. That would be a fun experiment.
I'm honestly not sure.
Out.
Yeah, that is that's quite a predicament.
Oh, this brings an idea. Okay.
607. It's not nice to experiment on your friends, unless they want you to. Like the experiment
just an idea. What if the body is gone, but the soul is not?
Well, how would that work?
Oh, go on.
That's what
I don't
we
know.
call a ghost.
That's a good question. I'm curious now.
We call a ghost.
I think the time limit might have been partly due to because his body will be thawing and rotting.
Yeah.
So they're just.
What if we bring him back and his body's just useless, right?
Well, that's why we need to do this in a
or
timely
give him a new body, better body.
Wait. How do you give someone a new body?
That's a good question.
Very good question. Could make. You know who would know how to make a new body? Is Barry.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or he could potentially share a body. That seems to be a thing going around at the moment.
Maybe, like, I don't know. I've lost my train of thought now. Never mind.
Well, since we're on the topic of consent, I just want to make sure. If they die, do they want to be brought back? Just so we have a clear picture. Guys, if you die, do you want to be brought back?
Until I complete my goal, yes.
And your goal is, just so we know what the deadline is.
To take back my tribe from the scum that is currently leading it.
Okay, so until you're the leader of your tribe, you want to be brought back, after which you can die in peace. Okay,
yeah.
Good. Ashanti, next.
I would like to be brought back because I still want to try to help my family.
Ashanti brought back, yes. Okay, Hulla, next.
I have some debts to pay before I visit Eternal Judgment. So yes, I think, but not at the cost of other people's lives. Can I put a disclaimer on there?
Okay, so Hulla's a yes, unless it's a little bit dangerous, and then it's a no. Or if she's already paid off her debts, then it's a no.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. That's close enough.
Faith, what about you?
No trafficking in children.
No, okay, that's a good point. No trafficking in children for Hulla. Everybody else okay to traffic in children.
No, no sacrificing other people's lives for the sake of mine.
Oh, that's. I'm assuming you're all Ashanti. I'm assuming you're going to be the same on that one, right?
Well, Oriel is an unkind and uncaring goddess. She believes that those who are unable to survive are too weak to walk this earth. I guess if I was a devout follower of Oriel, I would probably have to stay dead. But
are you a devout follower of Oriel? I thought you were sort of switching teams a little bit too.
Right, yeah. Who says I'm a devout follower of Oriel? Some of the Goliaths, like looking in her direction, are a bit concerned. Well, I have definitely got questions still unanswered. So personally, I would like to see those through.
Okay, so Faith is a no because she's a devout follower of Oriel.
No, I'm saying I would like to see those things through.
Oh, you want to see her things through, so she's not a devout follower of Oriel. So if she does die, bring her back, and Oriel will not be happy with her. Got it.
What about you, 607?
That's an interesting one.
Is it?
I think I'm worth a couple children at least.
Hope you're joking.
All right. I that might not be up to you, but okay.
But it's also a situation where if I die, like I'm not made of the same stuff you are, so it might be a little bit different.
But you can be broken if not killed. I don't know. Is that a rude word? How would you say that? Destroyed? Incapacitated?
Destroyed is maybe a good word, yeah.
So if we could restore you or fix you, would you want to?
I can guarantee you cannot fix me.
Okay. Well.
Why? Why do you believe that?
I don't think anybody here has the knowledge. Not yet, anyway.
About the only person who might have a chance, I guess, would be Barry. He at least tinkers.
Maybe. But he's a bit of a ways off from the technical knowledge it needed to create me. But it does bring up a good point. Barry could be useful in creating more of me. Backups.
I wonder what it'd be like to have backups of you. That's an interesting question.
608 and 609 and 610.
I mean, with yourself, 607, like, this might be a slightly rude question. With, like, fleshier people, there are certain parts of, like, our anatomy which, like, key, you know, hearts, brains, etc. If, for example, we managed to find another body, could we just take your head off and put it on the new body, or would that kill you, destroy you, or I mean, I have no idea how you work.
Good point, and to be honest, I don't know either.
Interesting. Potential.
I mean, if I took your head off and put on a different body, would it work?
No, I would definitely die from that.
Okay.
Unless you're very skilled at, I guess, healing magic to, like, do something, I guess, but...
See, but if I could transfer your essence from your body into a different body...
That could be possible, I suppose.
Like, if you were on the verge of death, and it was like, oh, your Geist human body is completely mangled, and there's no real point in trying, but there's, like, a raccoon body next door. I could put you in the raccoon, maybe.
I mean, I'd prefer if it was something with a bit more... a bit of a better hunter, like a wolf or something, but, you know... beggars
Raccoons are
can't be...
very industrious.
Intelligent.
Very intelligent. Nimble fingers. Problem solvers. Disruptors of the peace.
How about
Chaos
you,
killers.
Eve, if you were to die and we were capable of reviving you, would you want to be brought back? Not that we really know you yet, so I'm not sure. Well, no, just as...
Hell yeah, as a raccoon!
or in your current body. I guess.
Yeah, I'd rather not be dead. You know, I'm only young, you know.
And purely because I'm going to ask it before 607 does, because I can imagine him asking us, how many children do you think you're worth?
Wait, what? What do you mean, children?
Like, if in order to revive you, a number of children had to be traded to someone in order to get you back, how many children? Or would you prefer nobody to be traded, like I said, myself?
I'd rather not have like a life sacrifice for a life. I'm not that kind of person. I feel that's a bit selfish. Like, why should an innocent be sacrificed for me? Like, ethically, it's a no-go.
That is fair. And then Geist is going to sit down next to Bit. And how about you? If something were to happen to you, do you want us to bring you back?
Oh, I can tell you right now, I will burn the entire world down to bring Bits back to life.
Thank you very much.
I've only known him for like 5 minutes, but yeah, same.
I mean, Bits can at least vaguely understand me because of what I can do. So
true. Vaguely. They chew on a bit of bone, and then they look up at you as you ask this question, and the bone kind of like drops from their mouth and clatters to the floor.
And then
they look down at it.
I'm going to take that as a yes and pick up the bone and hand it back to Bits.
They wag their tail.
So yes, Bits would like to be revived if something happens.
Okay, so everyone would like to be revived unless for most of you there are children to be traded for, or it's a little bit dangerous.
Yeah,
the party. I don't think they're saying it's dangerous overall. I think they're just saying, you know, if it's if it's going to cost another party member's life to bring somebody back.
Yeah, like
is that what you were saying?
What if you have to murder an entire? We have to murder an entire town of people, but they were like it's not like trading lives. They're just like people. Like you just have to. They're all hoarding the magical amulet, whatever that's going to revive Geist, and we have to go in and kill every single person in that village. Are you willing to do it?
No, I think my no killing rule pretty much applies to villages. Yeah, no killing. Unless they're evil. If they're evil, you can maybe get a pass on that.
If it's the leader of my tribe you need to kill, then go for it.
Oh yeah. Well, if there's no more, yeah, Geist is the only one left in his tribe, then he is the automatic leader, so that would solve that problem too. And then we could kill Geist, because he would have fulfilled his duty.
Sure.
No,
Sure.
there's a difference between killing and not reviving. You don't want to. You can just let him be and let nature take its course.
But if we kill Geist's entire clan and he's still like barely hanging on, then we're like, oh, he's now the leader of the clan. He's succeeded in his goal. I guess we don't have to revive him anymore because that's what he said.
Well, we never said about reviving or healing people. I think if anyone is still alive, unless they say, yes, 607, I'm ready to die, don't heal me up, then you go ahead and heal them and assume that they want to come back.
Okay, so every time you guys die, I will ask you if you want to be healed, and if you don't respond, I will assume it's a no.
That's not what I said. I assume it's a yes unless we expressly tell you that we want to die. Is that fair?
So don't tell me. So if you tell me that you want to die, then I can kill you.
Yes, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that rule. I think we can all live with that.
Yes.
And if you don't tell me you don't want to die, or that you, okay,
if we
never mind.
Don't tell. Hang on, double the negatives are. If
as
we
you say this, you hear a loud thud of two rocks as the two Goliaths standing near the southern wall with their arms extended out to their sides with the large rocks in hand. Their arm muscles were quivering from exertion and their jaws were clenched the whole time this conversation was going on.
Oh yeah.
Finally, the two rocks just land and break the silence, or break the conversation up. And there's a lot of cheering from the other 7 Goliaths standing around them. And it's at this point, actually Minerva uses that as a great distraction to swoop in over the hot grill and steals a bit of cooked meat. And that's when Chieftain Arn Rockfist Akhenathi strides into the chamber. He seems like he's just been from a blizzard. His beard is like still coated in frost and snow. Back from the morning patrol. Good to see you're all getting well fed. But enough games. We have work to get done.
Indeed.
Looks around to all the rest of you. And here you're going to be taking another visit to Wormdoom Crag. Yes?
That is the plan, yes. We have a challenge to complete and a rift to seal, I guess, between your two tribes.
Not sure how. I see Ogilai letting you take the challenge again, but well, I hope you find a way, Eve.
It's a matter of saying the right things to get them to agree to it. There'll be ways. Perhaps in some cases, based on how competitive your tribe are, saying something to stoke them up, like, well, if you don't think you're capable of, like, putting a proper challenge before me, then I guess I won't bother, That might get them worked up in some cases.
Oh, I trust your discretion.
And we don't want to do something like have a griffin steal some bones for us. Fly in under the cover of dark, steal some bones, and fly out, because that's going to make your relationships with them even worse.
If they don't see the griffin do it, would they notice that maybe just a small bone is missing? Because I mean, I hadn't thought of that, but that's a really good idea.
I thought about.
I'd be on board with stealing one of the bones.
Yeah. Eve, can we do that? Could a griffin sneak in under cover of night, steal like a little ear bone or a toe bone or something that would be hardly noticed?
Depends on how perceptive the guards of the bone are.
Okay, they might be actually pretty.
They might be on high alert because of you visiting them last time.
Okay, shoot. Yeah. Okay.
They,
No,
they wouldn't
that's
be on high. Oh no, that's a bad.
If they catch you stealing, they will meet aggression with aggression, and they'll meet theft with, well, unequal punishment, I assume. The thing is, we Goliaths have little use for treasures and valuables. I'm not sure why they're even holding on to those bones. Trophies, perhaps. But we come across many treasures when we're scouring the tundra. In fact, we pile them up here. And he wanders over to the back of this cave. It's a communal cave where you can see there is loads of bedrolls laid out, large fire, and at the back there's actually a glittering pile of treasure, some hundreds of gold, mixed coinage, silver, copper. There seems to be gemstones glinting in them. There's even a carved bone statuette of some sort of one-eyed greenish figure.
What is the bones that statue's made of?
I think it's some sort of ivory. We found it one of the orc raiding camps. It was an orc raid. We managed to fend them off. This was amongst their belongings.
Can I touch it?
Yes.
I'm gonna touch it. It's not. Is it shardwood?
It's not. No, it is bone. But as you pick it up, I guess you can give me a religion check, 607.
Oh yeah, because I'm great at those. Religion.
In fact, what's an 11? You swear you've heard Ashanti talk about something like a one-eyed god. But judging from their demeanor and their disposition, holding these weapons in a face of kind of fury, this is probably some sort of god of war or aggression. But Ashanti knows who it is, that's for sure, without the roll. And so does Hulla, in fact. But...
Hey, is anybody look familiar? This look familiar? Ashanti, you talked about a one-eyed guy before, right? Isn't he
Yes, that's Grumsh.
Grumsh, that's the one. Yeah.
I was hoping. I was hoping if there was something in the treasure that was made of dragon bone, we could just take that. But when you turned it around, I realized that this was not it.
It's just regular bone.
Just ivory, I believe. Yes. Probably made
from
a walrus tusk or something.
I'm gonna put it back down. I have no use for this, so.
Put it back down, and as you look over the pile, where it's kind of displaced some of the coinage, there's also a gold bird cage with electrum filigree. And there seems to be a grey crystal vial as well. But
what's in the vial?
Can I tell from here what it might be? I'm just gonna look at it. I'm not gonna try to grab it or anything just in case.
Yeah, you can give me an Arcana check. It's actually pretty good. Judging from its kind of gassy grey interior, you can see this little swirling mist inside of it. That would most likely be a potion of gaseous form.
Ooh.
Lets you transform into a cloud and
those are just fun.
Yeah.
I don't suppose you're just giving those away to people who could use them. You're no, silly to ask, isn't it?
We stockpile them just in case clan members need to visit 10 towns or other distant settlements, and then we are in need of some sort of currency to secure food or lodging. But otherwise, we're not precious about it.
How much would you want in kind for that there potion? Just curiosity-wise.
Or trade for it.
Well, we don't have a lot of gold, but it's really shiny, and I like it.
You sound just like the other 10 towners. Them and their obsession with shiny coins.
I do like shiny treasure, yeah. It's just nice. Nice to have, and nice to kind of put in a box and maybe bury in the sand somewhere for later. You know.
That's how treasure gets lost.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I know what I know what age you're talking about. Well, he says, well, like I say, trading for it is one thing, but he thinks for a moment. You can see his heavy, sunken eyes seem to be thinking about something, and he says, well, perhaps you could offer a favor instead.
Okay. What? I mean, a TBD sort of thing, or like?
You mentioned you was talking about bringing back your friend.
Yep.
And a healer, a priestess, yes.
Yeah. We know a healer.
Are they able to heal the blind?
I don't know. It's never come up before. Are you talking about the wise woman there? The
Arad, the Cloud Strider. Yes.
Yeah.
He nods with a heavy sigh.
I mean, we could ask. But I don't want to promise anything.
No, of course.
So I it would be dishonest to. But we could ask.
In fact, you can even roll a religion check based on what he's asking.
Okay.
As a cleric, there are ways.
To cure blindness?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Just let's see if you know. Yep, that's definitely high enough.
Cool.
You have heard of temples and churches healing the blind, curing them of diseases, though you are not quite as adept at this particular healing magic as other priestesses. You know it's something that you could ask guidance for or learn the prayers and incantations for once your adventures have taught you much. In other words, when you level up, you can take the spell Lesser Restoration and prepare it that day, and hopefully that will do the job.
A Lesser Restoration would do it, really?
Yeah. It can cure the blind. So you would need to be level 3, I think, for that, right? Being that
so another 10 or 12 sessions before we reach
yeah, basically, yeah. You're not far off. You can imagine, Hulla, that this is a treasure within reach, just one that you would need to come back for, perhaps, and then offer the aid to Harad.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna write that down in my little mental notebook, and you know, I mean, we know where a potion is. If we should want to come back for it.
Yeah, maybe even like other treasures and such. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that's what he mentions, and it seems to be a bit of a pain point for him. Like he sees the suffering that Cloud Strider has endured, and he clearly cares deeply for her. Like there's a much deep-seated respect for his elder. Anyway, enough gawking at shinies, eh? Let's return to the feasting hall. He waits for you 607 to exit.
Yeah, I'm coming, but yeah.
Alright. Okay, so...
I assume he was watching me.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. I'm not gonna start anything just now.
The pack, by the way, the day's travel that you spent getting here, I think you will need to knock off like at least 3 or 4 rations. So you don't have to knock one off for today, but everyone knock off like 3 rations. I know you need to restock at some point. I don't know if did you pack enough for the way for the journey back? I hope you did. Guys, you're only on 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
Well, it was only a 3-day journey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but you
I've
travel
got
back.
6 rations. I've got 6 left.
I've got a bunch. I stocked up big time.
I have none. I did not stock up at all because I don't eat. So
I have not had the spare money to buy any rations.
That's true. All right. All right. So Icewind Trekkers. Are you heading out to Sky or to Wormdoom Crag?
Yep, that's where we gotta head next.
I guess so.
Okay.
Let's go.
Here's Harad, by the way, Cloudstrider. I got some artwork for them as well. Here she is. All right, I'll gather you all up then. Eve, for you, returning home, or to your other home, is an event that sends memories flooding back into your mind of a different time. Perhaps a better one when both the clans weren't such stubborn, hateful, and aggressive tribes. They were at peace. They used to, right there on the side of the what's it called, stage. There were games between them, games of goat ball between the 2 tribes. But as you approach, you can see all the familiarities. This place hasn't really changed much. These dragon bones still look just as frozen as the day you laid eyes on them.
How long has it been, Evie? Eve, sorry, I keep calling you Evie.
Many years. Many years. About 7 off the top of my head. It's been a while.
Been a while.
But these dragon bones don't seem any different.
I don't imagine these are cultures that change a whole lot year to year, just in general. That's just a vibe I get.
Stuck in that old ways.
Yeah. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but just, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. In that case, then, you approach. Are you going right up to the...
Yeah, do we see anyone, like, in the general?
Yeah, there are 2 Goliaths, but they're actually just on the under... They're sheltered underneath the cave entrance, so they're not just standing out in the freezing cold. But yeah, you can see them, and they can see you. Figures approaching in the snow. You can hear just a quick, short horn sounded, and that is likely to alert anyone else in the caves that people are approaching. But yeah, as you approach, you can see there's plenty of fresh tracks where the Goliaths have also been on patrols. It takes a while to get up here, I should also mention. It's not just next door. They are at least another day travel. Well, let's have a look. No, actually. Mountainous, but it's not actually that far. Let's have a look. Yeah, as the crow flies, it's like 9 miles. But you have to go down. You have to go down through the winding passages of Sky Tower Shelter and then all the way round and back up it's a winding path all the way up the mountains, and it's steep. So it's at least like it's over double. It's probably more like 30 miles traveled.
We would have
Which,
used our axe beaks, right?
that's true.
Okay.
That would definitely cut the journey in half. So you spent a good probably like a good portion of the day getting all the way over here. So by the time you arrive, it's already fairly late. And you know what? I'll chuck you a frost check for everyone as you would have traveled that far. And I should also look for the weather. The old weather. It was dense fog last time. Let's have a look now.
What is a frost check? I
It's
am the new one.
roll a constitution check.
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually only light snow.
Is
and
it
it's been
mod or save?
save.
It's been a while.
Right?
No, you're just asking for it on purpose.
Been a while.
Been a
Oh
while.
Rolling these
no.
ones.
Oh
Oh jeez,
no.
Eve, it's been a while indeed since you walked out of the Sky Tower shelter. You've been inside, snuggling up with warm griffins, and you've had meat on the flame grilled meat warm in your belly. You haven't had to adventure out this far in a long time, and it is getting to you. It's freezing cold to the point where you've taken not just a level of exhaustion, but you've also gained hypothermia
Oh
on the way
no.
over here. Just never good.
Yeah.
Oh no. On the way to your trial. This
Yeah,
is not good.
Oh.
That's the worst possible person it could happen to.
it,
I'm
This
gonna
game,
cry.
man.
it actually is. It's not the worst in the world. As long as you get a nice long rest, you should be able to get rid of the hypothermia. But what does it mean? Hypothermia is a condition that
It gives you disadvantage on initiative checks, if I remember correctly. I've still got moderate hypothermia.
You do? Jeez.
Yeah, I've not managed to drop back down to 0 since I got.
Yeah, you no longer have a reaction. You have disadvantage on initiative. So it's not the end. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the one level of exhaustion is a bit of a problem. Thankfully, the weather hasn't been too bad. It's only been light snow. So for 607, that's actually a success. And for bits as well. It's only Eve that failed, I think. Yeah. Oh, I should roll for faith as well. Let's have a look. On save. Plus the cold weather clothing. With Maine, she's okay as well. All right, let's go back to Doom Craig. Okay. All right, so as you're approaching, you see the two guards have sounded the horn, and a couple more Goliaths appear at the edges of this cave. And they recognize the rest of you from before, but perhaps it's when they see Eve, their demeanor seems to shift and change slightly. What do you do as you're approaching?
Well, 6 or 7. You're the one who made friends with him, right? Do you want to try and I don't know? Do you have a secret code word or something? You
Sure.
can kind
Let
of
me walk up.
Okay. As you're approaching, you can actually see several of the Goliaths are actually preparing javelins. They're pulling them from these massive quivers.
Good morning.
They don't seem to be aiming at you, but rather like past you. And as you just walk up nonchalantly, like, saying that, they look at you and they say, "You'd best take cover. Get out the way."
Oh, okay. Are you gonna shoot at them? I mean, we came for some sort of a challenge, some sort of a what is it called? Testing grounds thing for the young Goliath down there. and others actually apparently, to see if we could become adult tribes and then stuff like that. Yeah.
We are at war with the Akhenathi.
Yeah, but she's that Goliath down there. You know she's the daughter of your tribe leader, right? So she's like part of your tribe too.
They hesitate.
So if you fire on that one, you're firing on one of your own, which like that doesn't work. She's the bridge between the two of you.
One of them sort of scratches his bald head and says, "We have orders to." They see you approaching you, and rather than just opening fire, they do shout, "Stop right there! You're Akhenathi!"
Well, how about let you stay? One of you stay here to watch, and then the others can go in and get your tribe leader person. We'll sort this out.
You see,
Or I can go in with, and I can. If you let me pass, I'll go in and get them if you want to stay out here and guard.
one of them says, "You can stay right here as well."
Oh, I have to stay right here.
Okay. One of them does. She already knows the horn will sound, and not too long after a few seconds, you do see the towering Goliath beginning to approach. She has this massive grey coat, like a goat fur cape, and she has these horns, tusks, likely from different beasts or wildebeests in the tundra, and now she's carrying her massive grey axe with the bone shaft, and she's heavily scarred over the face, like all across where her eye is and down to where her lip meets. Shaven on one side of her head, but her hair kind of flopped down over the other. She has tattoos adorning the side of the shaved head, and yeah, looks almost like she's wearing like some sort of dragon scale mail that shimmers as she exits into the light, or the dim light.
Hello, Orc Splitter.
It's you again. Why have you returned without the head of On?
Your ex-husband, you mean?
I thought I told you to not return unless you had that head.
Right. Oh, yeah, your daughter's here too.
You brought a different head, I see.
All right. So here's the plan. Here's the idea. There's some sort of a trial that Minerva and Eve can go through, maybe a couple of our people as well, to see if they can become part of the clan. And if they succeed, then they're part of the clan, and then we can maybe take one of the bones from the dragon down there. If I'm not mistaken, that's how this would work. And so we're here to partake, or they're here to partake in the trial, the challenge, visions of madness and whatever.
That trial is known as the crawl. And
yeah, the crawl. Yeah, crawling through a cave. I remember that part of it.
And Eve here has already failed it.
Yeah, so you can try again.
Yeah, I'm going to try again.
She looks at you with her cold eyes. She says to the others to lower your javelins already. You are either very brave or very stupid to return here. I see you came with friends. So, what are they protecting you? Are they bodyguards?
No.
Honorable companions on the road.
What she said.
They're just after the bones, Eve.
Yeah, what she said.
I mean,
Don't you see they're using you?
I mean, I'm not here just for the bones. I'm here to also stop this pointless war between the two of you, your tribes, but because it's
why
not
would you
helping
care?
anyone. Because
You
it's
are, you have your own tribe, surely. This is not your business.
Yes, I do, but I also don't like seeing pointless death, particularly in a time like this when we should be trying to be united rather than divided. You're just playing into Aurel's hands.
Aurel, huh? Well, if it's Aurel you wish to blame and condemn, you should go take it up with her.
Well, right now the problem I have is that you and the other tribe are being morons over something that happened years ago.
You
and
best watch your tongue, outsider.
Like I said, it's a pointless feud that's causing more harm than good.
And if he's telling the truth, why threaten him to watch his tongue? The truth should always be set free. Onto the air we breathe, onto the mouths we use, and the tongues that shape our words.
Right now, I see no reason to let you in. You have not proven yourselves. I already set a task before you, and you failed that.
Yes, because doing that task would be, and killing them would really be great at bringing peace, wouldn't it? Just more needless bloodshed.
And we brought you another solution after we gained more facts. I would love to test my strength. I have tested my strength against the other clan in games we have played before, and I would like to test my strength now against your clan. Yes, we want a bone to bring back a friend back from petrification to the land of the living, but more than that, I want to know. I want to know if I'm strong enough to pass this test. I want Eve to have a second chance. I want Geist to be able to string this amongst his titles when he goes back to his clans. So while we did not complete the other task in the way you wanted us to, we did complete it because we learned information and we learned another way out and through this problem.
Well, how tenacious of you. But I am not going to turn down a challenge or a test. If you truly wish to, you can partake in the crawl. But it's not easy.
Nothing worth having ever is.
Indeed. Nods as a sign of sort of respect. Any else of you wish to take the crawl?
I'm gonna stay out here and just, they can do it.
Is it so? Geist, Ashanti, and Eve, yeah.
Yeah. Can someone look after Minerva while I'm doing the crawl?
As you bring out Minerva, who I'm assuming has been like huddled in amongst your furs, right?
Yeah.
You see. Well, I'll tell you what. Everyone can roll an insight check. Because there is a noticeable
I don't think I need an insight check for this.
Oh, yeah. There is a notable reaction from Ogolai here as you bring out a small griffin. It's like it starts off as a flinch as this small feathered bird like flaps its wings, and then it sort of turns to like gritted teeth, almost like a snarl, like a silent snarl looking at it. And you can see a white knuckle grip around her great axe as she sees this little griffin. Hulla definitely sees that, and 607 for sure.
Is this a snarl of like anger or regret or
the flinch is
resentment?
More like fear, followed by definite like anger and hatred, like animosity.
I look at 607 and I raise my eyebrows at him. Like, did you notice that? Or did you see that?
I noticed it as well, I say out loud.
You did, yeah. Both of you. you say that out loud.
Just out loud.
You see that one of the Goliaths says, I thought we weren't allowed to let Akhenathi set foot on, and you see Ogolai like hold up a hand and like wave it in front of his face to silence him, and says, right now, Eve is trying to prove herself as a Thun Lokalaka, which means should she succeed, she will be as one of us. Right, so that means she'll be part of the tribe again. Right. Of course, if she fails, that would most definitely confirm that she is Akhenathi. And you know what we do with Akhenathi. Follow me. The other two Goliaths don't seem to fully follow what instructions Orc Splitter is hinting towards, but they are keeping a close eye on you, and they begin to escort you through the caves of Wormdoom Crag. As you come into this chamber, you see this is the sort of main hall. The cavern has a domed roof 30 feet high, and there's an open well in the middle of the floor. There are actually two youthful Goliaths here using ropes and a bucket to draw water from the well, whilst 6 adults wrangle a handful of exuberant Goliath toddlers. And you see rough-hewn stairs ascend to the southern part of the cave, where the floor is 10 feet higher, and seated in there would be a seat in this area. Sorry, there is a massive seat in this area, but she's not in it right now. You can see this seems to be some sort of like throne covered in huge hides and furs, and she does kind of glance over towards it as she leads you through. But this way, she takes you off to one of the side tunnels here. Okay. And as you come around to this one, you see the floor of this 15-foot high cavern actually bulges in the middle and sort of slants down. And there's a 5-foot diameter hole. And immediately, Eve, you feel the sensation of dread as you look over the dark.
I'm sorry, Chris, where are we? I seem to be in a room with a bunch of sleeping bags.
Yeah, to the left.
Go this way. Come over here.
Okay.
There you go.
Thanks.
That's all right. The other two Goliaths are behind you. There you go. And they kind of file into the room. But yeah, when you see this darkened void, fills you with dread, Eve, as you remember the cruel space. The exterior is actually all covered in runes, inscribed across every surface of it. And you gaze upon several of them, remembering what these were kind of like sort of appearing in your vision. You remember in one flash, there was a moment where one of the runes sort of cracked, but it all went dark after then. And at the back of this cave, there's an elderly man. It's a Goliath sitting with 3 adolescent Goliaths, and they seem to be sat around like this campfire. The elderly Goliath is dyeing scraps of cloth and leather in a bucket. Seems to be some sort of greenish liquid, and he sets them out to dry on a wooden rack, whilst the adolescents stitch other scraps into the garments for dolls that they are fashioning. And you can see similar dolls, scores of them, more old and dusty than the other ones. They seem to be residing in niches along the cave walls, staring outwards.
That's not creepy at all.
No. You remember these dolls. You might even look for where yours is, but can't see it. Or even
One of
remember
them
where
named
it would've
Lily and another Samantha.
been.
That'd be pretty
Maybe.
cool.
No, none of these have beautiful locks of hair like those. They're all little bold dolls with little black inked tattoos on their foreheads. But yes, before you lies the crawl, this dark tunnel that just leads into the depths of this cave. And Ogoliah stands before it, next to the crackling fire.
What do
And
we take
says,
into the cave with us? I ask
Nothing,
Ogolai.
nothing that will help you.
Okay. How do we know what will help and what won't? I mean, am I allowed to take anything in with me, or should I take my cold weather gear and my backpack and my weapons off and leave them behind as I crawl through this?
What I mean to say is that nothing you bring in there will help you overcome what you have to face.
It's all mental.
Mind games.
Mind you, if you're cold, it's not going to help your mental health if you're struggling. So just keep your cold weather gear on. But you can maybe give up your crampons.
Demalok Nightwalker here. He's helping the Goliath youths make ceremonial dolls. The youths, they carry nothing but their spirits in to this cave. It burrows deep down below the floor. It is a test for young Goliaths on the cusp of adulthood, to impart the wisdom that comes from knowing one's own character, facing one's inner demons, as they say. After learning these lessons, they are fully fledged adults and members of the Thun Lokalaka tribe. Members of their family wait for them on the other side, ready to welcome them into adulthood. But the visions seen by those who crawl through forever change them. Some face their fears. Some experience what it is truly like to be alone. And some recognize their own weakness. Not everyone has the fortitude to make it through the tunnel on the first attempt. She looks over towards you.
That's not funny.
But here you are. To try again.
Yeah.
Do not disappoint me.
I'll do my best not to.
She nods. And even if you do prove yourself, I don't see how this changes the war between our two tribes. But the rest of you are also welcome to become honorary members of the Thunlokalaka tribe.
We'll talk more once we have accomplished this task.
It is not for the faint of heart. Are you sure you are ready?
I'm ready.
As ready
I'm
as we'll
ready.
ever be.
Faith
Lucky
says,
guys.
I would like to take the challenge too.
Faith, good for you.
I want to face my fears, my doubts. I want to be more of a confident person. Well, I can't promise that you will be afterwards, but perhaps it'll help you understand. Understand that Oril is not a goddess to be trusted. Who wishes to go first?
I hate waiting.
You go for it, Ashanti.
All right, I'm going to turn to Bits and I'm going to say, I'm going to give her a big hug, tell her I love her, and then I'm going to say, go wait with 607, okay, baby? I've got to do this by myself, and I will be right back, okay? You go wait with 607, all right, baby? And then I'm just going to take off my backpack. I'm going to set all my weapons over by 607, and I'm going to have a rope and 2 hand axes. And figuring that that'll get me through most of what I need to get through there. And I will tell everybody, wish me luck, and I'll see you on the other side.
She calls out and says to the adolescents, Jakrik, Kaga, Duri, step aside. And they seem to all post up against the wall, and they place their dolls in the little niches, and then they stare down, looking at you. Their young, grey skin is the last thing you see as you descend down into the hole. Now, your dark vision does extend some 60 feet into this void, but it's evident that the light only reaches so far. The campfire was illuminating but the entrance, but further down it appears as though it does descend into complete darkness. There is a flash for everyone standing outside. They see the runes glittering and lighting up on the bulge of the tunnel as it descends. And for you, Ashanti, down in the depths, you do see like faint glimmers of the runes from the other side, but it's like more of like a muffled light that just flicker and glow.
Okay.
But
I'm going to treat this like I'm exploring a cave. That's the mindset I'm going to go in. I'm going to go in with I have to get from point A to point B, and this is just a cave crawl until something proves otherwise.
okay. In that case then, as Ashanti descends down, you find that the walls very sturdy. It's all one way as well. You don't feel any deviations in the tunnel. You don't feel any branching paths. Thankfully, this wasn't made to let children get lost in here, or well, young adults. The fear of the unknown is probably what would paralyze most people in this moment, but you're able to put that aside and, like you say, imagine that you're just here to explore. And so you push on further and further, and you can actually, everyone on the outside, see Ashanti's progress as the runes sort of light up one by one in sequence as they head further and further down. But where the bowl sort of subsides into the floor, you can't tell any further. Just that they must be down below the floor and deep in some cave tunnel.
Now, am I still crawling, or can I stand up? Is the tunnel narrow enough that I can put my hands on either side and follow it? Or can I put my hand on one side of the wall and follow it?
It definitely forces you to crawl. The ceiling is low enough that you can't stand or even really walk in a stooped manner. You have to be on your hands and feet or knees. So you can feel the sides of the tunnel as you're moving through. So it's not too wide either.
I'm gonna take my glove off, and I just want to feel if it's rock or if it's like wood, like in a mine shaft, or if it's rock, like in a natural cave, or if I'm feeling anything else.
It's definitely a smooth stone. Like this tunnel has been made by the Goliaths themselves. And as you're moving your hand over them, you can actually feel small little etchings and carvings in the darkness. Like there's maybe runes here, similar to the ones carved onto the stones that you meditated at.
Yeah, cool. I wish I had time to study them, but there's probably a time limit on this. So maybe one day I can come back and look again.
All right. As Ashanti is crawling their way through the first section of this, you see Orc Splitters standing there, arms folded, and just waiting. He seems to be eyeing up the rest of you as well, but mostly staring at Eve. And 6 or 7, do you
after all this is done.
Okay, alrighty. So Faith says, those runes, do they have a sort of magic property to them? What kind of magic is that? Do you recognize it, 6 or 7?
Sure, yeah, I can take a look. Yeah, I'll take a look. What do my elf eyes see?
That's actually pretty damn good.
Oh.
Yeah. These runes seem to light up. There seems to be some of them are carved in old primordial, and some of them are in like dwarven runes. But you can recognize some of them as like arcane, and one or two of them seems to represent like illusion magic. Others seem to represent enchantment.
Much like I suspected, the runes down there and everything is designed to look into your mind, look into what makes you tick, and present perhaps something you don't want to see. It's not mystical at all, it's just magic. Regular magic.
Ogilai raises an eyebrow and looks towards you, overhearing this conversation, and says, "These runes were carved by our ancestors.
Your ancestors were dwarves?
No.
Or primordial? Because that's what I'm saying down there. Primordial, and I'm saying dwarvish.
They share the same script. We are,
okay.
But we were Goliaths. Giants use this language as well. But
same
some believe their spirits are forever tied to the runes carved here on these tunnels. But it is almost like they are watching each young Goliath rising up.
Well, no, that's probably more so the magic of the enchantments themselves. And then when you believe strong enough, presents what you want to see.
I feel like I am being tested here as well.
I do that a lot.
Back to Ashanti as you're crawling through. It is at this point perhaps these enchantment runes are indeed actually activating. And as you're seeing some sort of glow, again, like a muffled, faint, like pulse of these runes lighting the way down, they seem to almost merge together, sort of swirl around. All your direct sense of direction, up and down, and how far you've come, starting to get a little bit muddled, and it's hard to even turn around in this tunnel and look back. You definitely try and can't even see that there's any light coming down from the tunnel, or you know, you may have just crawled all the way into the Underdark at this point. But I would like you to roll me, first of all, a Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
18. After these runes light and the muffled, faint pulse dies out, it's almost as though something else dies out in that moment as well. The air suddenly goes stale and thin, and it feels as though you're struggling to breathe. It's not the most it's not the most physical activity, just crawling, but for some reason you're suddenly finding it really tough trying to get your lungs filled as you're moving through, and you take a gasp at one point just to steady yourself, and maybe it's just the stale air that makes you think that you're running out, but there has to be oxygen down here, unless there's some sort of gas leakage, but it doesn't smell of anything. There's no odor, just feels thin. But thankfully,
You can do it. You can do it,
being-
Ashanti. You can do it. Just move forward. One hand. Okay, I did my part.
Definitely. I think with that, you are still able to push on forward despite this sense of no air anywhere. So yeah, half-orcs, they've got a higher constitution than most. They can stomach a lot of things, and just the thin air is not going to slow you down anytime soon. So you take nice, slow, steady breaths after you clear your throat a little bit and continue forward. And up ahead, you see another flash of lights. These runes, they feel like they pierce through into your mind, and I need you to roll a charisma saving throw.
Oh dear.
Not what you was expecting.
This is not good.
Nope.
Saving throw. Normal. Let's see how bad this is. Oh!
Oh wow! You needed to roll high for that, and because you've got the -2 on that roll. Thankfully, whew, all right, you rolled a natural 19. So these glowing lights. They seem dull and grey, and then they seem to bob around and move as if peeling from the sides of the tunnels themselves. And as the lights approach and get closer and closer towards you, you start to see features, faces, and like hair. These look like almost ghosts or apparitions, like almost disembodied heads, like floating towards you. And as you like trying to squint and make like sense of them, your eye is still in the dark. They're adjusting to this light. You start to see that they're actually faces of your mother, but not your father, just your mother's side. Orcs, half-orcs, a proud warrior tribe, adorned with hides and bone-tooth necklaces. They were a powerful tribe. You see them heavily scarred over their faces. They seem to be proud looking faces looking down at you.
See, that's where the runes made the mistake. Seeing my mom and my grandparents would have made me very happy. And I would take out the stone that I have from mom, and I'd say, see, I still have it, but I haven't found the polar bear yet. But we're looking. I promise we're still looking. I want you to be proud of me. And Dad and Ayala are safe. They're doing okay.
Okay. Well, as these faces do approach, you think for a moment these is going to be a touching reunion, but as you look carefully, you see that the eyes of your mother's disembodied head are unmoving. You see blood splatters across their face, and the body kind of fully apparates, and you see the the effectively dead ghost of your mother, still with the arrow stuffed into her chest. And then you see her whole lineage before that, just all these orcs that have died in brutal battles, in bloody, gory ways. Your tribe's history was one of, well, it wasn't the most just and virtuous tribe. Well, let's put it that way. Some of them were in desperate times. Raiders, bandits, did what they had to survive. That's how they grew and became so powerful. They even wiped out other neighboring half-orc tribes. There was a particular tribe known as the Three Arrow tribe, one that came butting heads with yours, and you see them. There's this vision of a bloody battlefield, and all these half-orcs just massacring each other. But as you said, you pull out the stone, and as you're doing that, you suddenly see this flash of light from your own stone as well, suddenly just glowing bright and pushing back these visions. It's almost as if there's a true apparition. This time, your mother fit, alive, and well, and she swipes back these phantasms with her own axe, and they seem to just part and separate like mist. You see her sort of let out a sigh. They're just figments, Ashanti.
I know, Mom. I'd forgotten for a moment, but I do know. I miss you so much. And Dad's not been the same without you. You are the center and soul of our family, and we really miss you. Thank you so much for helping me now.
She looks down at you, sort of hovering there slightly in the darkness. And the light seems to be almost like connected to the stone itself, which is still brightly glowing, almost as if it's projecting sort of a hologram of her. And you're not sure what's real and what's not, but when you look at her and you see her smile down at you, no vision would be able to fully create that. No vision would be able to pinpoint every perfect expression on her face. And she smiles and looks at you and with that tusk grin and says, "You have no idea how proud I am of you, Ashanti."
I think I would start crying in the dark, just out of happiness. And I'd say, Mom, I have a long way to go in the dark, but I'm so glad that I got to see you. And
Do not crawl it alone, Ashanti. I am with you.
I'm glad you are here. And I'm going to tuck the orc stone back into my shirt near my heart, and in my head, it feels warmer. It feels safer and brighter and lighter. It's all in my head because I saw my mom, but I that's how I feel. I feel like it is still warm because she's there.
Hmm. And with that warmth and that faint glow coming from this spectral energy, you are able to light the tunnel ahead of you and start to see perhaps the faintest sign of light in the distance. And because you've got that warm stone to sort of contrast the cold of the outside, you can feel cold air actually coming in, and though you've been traveling through it all this time, it's actually a welcome breeze of fresh air, and to know that you are within within the final stretch.
I would probably
Uh,
unconsciously speed up, thinking,
mm.
"Oh, that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be." Um, and I would probably rush into any stupid trap or anything because I
Yeah,
thought it was
okay.
over.
Yeah, if that's the case, you're like scrambling up to the edge of the tunnel, wondering if there's some sort of trap in the way. Instead, you find yourself like snapping twigs and crunching snow as some of the outside world has perhaps blown in into the tunnel. And as you're like scrambling around and breathing heavily, you actually are making such a noise that everyone else in the cave suddenly sees Bits's ears prick up, and they seem to suddenly bound off, and they go down the tunnel.
Oh, is Bits going to have to go through all the trials?
Not that tunnel. I meant the the tunnel back to the entrance. But Ashanti, you find yourself crawling out somewhere near the side of the spine of the world, and you're overlooking like this vast mountainous switchback, and it's a beautiful view, and you can still see this aurora in the sky, this shimmering light winding its way through the sky, and it's not long as you're taking in this view that suddenly you hear a panting and a scampering of snow as Bits comes around the corner and then jumps into your grasp
I'm going to
and starts licking your face.
give her a big, big, giant hug and say, "Who is a good girl?" Yes, you are.
Bits is
So,
overjoyed to see that you're okay.
mhm. I would like to, since we're out here at the end of the cave,
Mm.
I just want to look to see if maybe there are any scattered bones out at this end.
Mm.
I mean, that dragon fought another dragon, it looked like to us, and maybe
Well,
the
they
other
fought the
dragon.
Goliaths.
Oh, I'm
They
sorry. I
That's okay.
apologize. I thought it was fighting another dragon. And I'm gonna look to see if any bones have been scattered this far away.
Yeah, okay. In that case, then, there are potentially things you can see from the spine of the world. So let's have a look. I've actually got a table for this. So just give me a second while I look for it. Well, why don't you roll me a perception check whilst I'm
Okay.
looking for it? One. Ah.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. I'm gonna
Yeah,
use my
okay.
inspiration. And
Cool,
so
cool.
I turn that off and I'm gonna roll that again.
Okay. Oh,
Okay,
a
that
little
didn't
bit
help.
better. That's a little better. All right. So, uh, I'm still trying to find the table for this. Where is it? Try and find it here. Mhm. Things you can
Wait,
see from the spine of the world. Well, with a seven, or total of 10, you're probably seeing quite a lot of snow.
yeah.
And the aurora is also a much glittering distraction up here. So I'm not sure you would see much. But I will say
That's
there is
fine.
one landmark that you do spot over the course, like over the massive tundra. There is one landmark that sticks out above all else, and it is definitely the mountain of Kelvin's Cairn. It
Okay.
is a huge peak that just juts out of the tundra.
Okay.
And you remember back in one of the first towns that there was an expedition going up there. Um, But yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna say, Bits, come on. Let's go back and find the others. Which you
Okay.
and I'm gonna follow Bits' tracks back around.
Sure. Yeah, yeah. It's actually
So,
not long before the others who are following Bits catch up to you, and you see the Goliath chieftain Ogolai nodding with respect and says, "I knew you were physically capable, but I'm impressed. You were able to overcome the visions. We do not ask what you saw, for they are for you to decipher. They are your demons. But the fact that you crawled through to the other side means that you are clearly capable. And we proudly welcome you as an honorary member of the Thun Laka tribe." And she takes a quick bow of respect. And she says, "If you wish, we'll even ink a tattoo for you."
I would be honored. I would be very honored.
One of the one of the smaller Goliaths are like, "Do we get to shave her head?"
If you think you can, little sir, go ahead. You can feel free to try.
uh, you see, the elder in this cave, he's kind of like gestures towards a seat next to him, and he's got a couple of like tools. If you do wish to get like a tribal tattoo, like ones they have, mostly adorns like their face, but you can get it across like your shoulders or chest, anything you like really.
would
It doesn't have to. It could be
I
anywhere.
I would like it across uh right next to my tattoo of my parents' names. So
Oh, perfect.
uh and I will put it in Discord for everybody to see. Here it is. So this is around my this is around my bicep, and it is the Rasar Kemp names put together. And so hang on, wait, let me come back over here, Discord, and let me paste this in here. So I would want my tribal tattoo to be right below that.
Hmm. Oh wow, that's awesome. Yeah, that would actually blend quite well. Like their tribal
Mhm,
tattoos are
mhm,
like quite spiky and angular, so that actually
mhm.
works well with the kind of script you've got there. Awesome. All right. Yeah, so you've come out triumphant, knowing that you are not as the bloody past of your ancestors, but that perhaps you have a new path to walk, a change you can make in the world. But I mean, not all your ancestors were like that. It was uh, it was just an illusion, making it seem as though they were more savage than they were actually. Rather, your ancestors, you remember, at least your mother telling you that they were much more honorable, much more like um, not feared, but just respected. So anyway, as you return back to the cave, Ogalai turns and says, "Well, who is next?" Ah, as you are stepping forward.
I guess unless you wish to go next, Steve or Faith,
Yeah, I would like to go next.
then
Hmm.
ladies first.
Thank you.
Faith
You can
holds on
do
to
it,
Minerva.
Eve.
I hope so. Second time lucky.
All right. Second time, like,
Yeah.
brilliant. Um, you
Whee!
see the little it's a wee. It's not a slide.
I'm just imagining like Mario going down the pipe.
It just cracks me up. Some of the other Goliath adolescents like cheer for you as you do this wee motion down there. That's great. All right. You probably just see Ogilai rolling her eyes. Ugh. All right, so you crawl down and into the tunnel. You've always lived up on the Sky Tower shelter. You felt the wind in your hair. You saw the skies and the griffins that soared it with freedom in their wings, with just unbound spirits. Here, however, it is dark, it is enclosed, your wings can't stretch out. You are on your hands and knees, hemmed in. And as you crawl down, it is an incredibly uncomfortable space. This is not just physically for you, but mentally as well, as all the nerves begin to set back in. You don't feel like you're doing this challenge as an adult. You feel like you're back as an adolescent. You can remember it almost as clear as day, which is awful because you remember that day being very, very blurry. Now it seems like it's all rushing back.
So claustrophobic in here. I hate this.
Your voice only echoes in this tunnel and like carries on all the way through it. And you start to see the runes lighting up almost at the same echo as your sound. The air becomes quite stale, similar to Ashanti, but I feel for you, as you mentioned claustrophobia, I'm gonna have you roll a Constitution saving throw as you feel the walls getting more narrow, much more than you remember it, and you feel as though, oh no,
What the hell?
oh god, that's not good.
Failure part 2.
Eve, this is you get the worry that you should have completed this when you were young, when you were even like smaller, when your elbows weren't scraping across the sides here. You could have it was probably easier back then than it is now. It's way too narrow, and as you are thinking that thought, it's almost as if the walls actually begin to close in, almost confirming your fear of this space around you. It narrows to the point where you can't even move your arms. It's like you're shuffling on your belly and like wriggling through like a worm trying to crawl
I
through
am
this.
a worm.
You are, you are a worm.
I am a worm.
It is awful. The conditions are just terrible. I mean, you are a Goliath, probably where you would normally be bigger than Ashanti, but you say that Eve's quite a slim frame, right? Smaller,
Yeah.
like
She's
a
on the
run.
smaller kind of scale as opposed to normal Goliath.
Indeed. So it's at this point you come to a point in this where you feel you're just stuck. Perhaps you aren't actually stuck, but in your head you certainly are. It feels like you've been completely compressed down onto your belly and you're just laying there in the tunnel stuck, but you know you can't call for help. If you do this challenge is over. This needs to be you who does this, and you're stuck there just thinking how you're going to get yourself out of this mess. Is when your visions begin. Seems like they were just waiting for an opportune moment.
What fresh hell is this?
This vision. Tell me, Eve, what is one of Eve's greatest fears? That this war continues, perhaps? That you are simply an enemy?
That she'll be completely disowned by her mother, and she'll literally, I don't know, be killed after failing. That kind of fear.
I think so. She did hint at something awful.
Yeah.
That you would be some sort of Akhenathi.
I'ma die.
You get this vision of your body almost separating, like your body is stuck here and your spirit just sort of like wriggles on without you. It's like your soul escapes And as it crawls through the rest of the tunnel and gets out to the end, you see, as you climb out, thinking you're victorious, thinking you made it. Instead, it's Ogilai there, waiting with an axe. And as you're unable to defend yourself on the floor, just as you crawl out, he brings up the axe and just executes you, chopping your head off in that moment. In that quick snap, as your neck comes free from your body, you suddenly snap back into the tunnel, taking deep breaths, realizing you're still here, you're still trapped, and God knows how long it's been. I am going to roll 1d6 here real quick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's low. That's really good. It's only been an
Oh.
hour.
Yeah.
Thank God. Yeah, that's low. So that's fine. You don't know how long it's been, but you don't feel hungry or tired, so maybe it's not been that bad. Right. Give me a charisma saving throw.
Oh no, this ain't gonna be good.
It's a rough one.
I'm crying.
Shit. Oh God. I don't know if you had a D6 or the meditation near the stone. Which stone did you meditate at yesterday?
Strength. Stone, I think.
The strength.
I think.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
I
not going to help
can't
you in this
remember.
time. It's not going to help you here, is it?
Probably
Okay.
not.
Okay. Well, the silence is stifling, and you're trying to push yourself forward, maybe an inch at a time. You feel again the visions creeping into your mind. You sort of flicker in and out of consciousness. I'm gonna roll another d6. It's only 1 hour. That's actually good. They are probably wondering though. It's obviously taken longer than Ashanti at this point. Ashanti got through it quick for all intents and purposes, but no one's given up on you yet, it seems, out there. But in any case, Eve, the visions over the next hour as you slip into unconsciousness are even worse. They're not just the blame doesn't just fall onto your head, but rather the heads of all the tribe, both tribes still at war. The only acceptable outcome is the complete elimination of the other. You see blood splattering across the snow. You see dark storms and skies overhead as this war eventually just boils over into a massacre. You see young adolescent Goliaths also are caught in the fray. You see griffins shot down from the sky, impaled with javelins, their wings bloodied with their feathers as they just fall and spiral down. No one wins this war. They are simply too weak to continue surviving with the numbers that have dwindled. And eventually, there isn't enough supplies. No one can collect enough game or supplies, either too injured or too little number. And they both freeze to death, cold and alone, the last remaining members of both tribes, as Oral claims them. You see these talons closing in around the mountain, the spine of the world. These massive talons, they're like godlike in stature. As they clench and crush the mountainside, you feel that in your ribs and in your body as it's clutched you as well. It seems to be squeezing the air out of you in this moment. And I'm going to roll another d6. Everyone outside, it's been 4 hours since Eve went in there. It's probably gone into late into the evening now. And people are starting to worry, especially little Minerva, who seems to be like letting out little chirps.
I will be trying to comfort Minerva. trying to, just pat her and keep her calm, keep her from diving into the hole after Eve. And yeah, maybe maybe she went down a different path and got lost. Is that possible?
It was one path when I went down it. It didn't seem to have any branches or anything.
And you said it was just a vision, right?
Yes, they were vision.
I mean, I don't know. Should someone go in after her? Is she supposed to? How long is normal to take for these types of things? You didn't take nearly as long, and I mean, you came out before we were even ready.
If
I don't know.
no member of the tribe can go, what about her griffin? I'm asking the chief, the chiefess of the tribe. Can we let her griffin go to her?
If you send the griffin down, I'm not sure how it would be able to help her if she is stuck, but perhaps moral support.
Yes. I know that if things had gotten super bad for me, Bits might have made all the difference in the world.
Okay. Should I go down too?
No.
Is this poor? I mean, it's just a griffin. It's not meant to be there underground.
If it can bring her aid and she can get out, then I think that we should give her the.
Okay. Minerva, can you go and find Eve? Come on, come here.
As soon as you mention that name, Eve, seems instinctively the griffin understands, and immediately hops down from your perch, and hops into the hole, letting their wings catch them as they hit the bottom.
Okay, you be a good girl. You go get Eve, okay? Go get Eve and bring her back.
You see the little feet springing their way down the tunnel. They've got little front claws as well, as you can hear like scratching all the way down and into the deep dark.
Okay, I hope you're right, Ashanti. I hope just a reminder of the outside world will be enough to I don't know, bring her back to herself or give her strength, whatever it is that she needs.
So Minerva, as they're going down, I guess they get to roll a Constitution save as well. How evil is this? Yeah, I'm gonna make the little griffin make a Constitution save.
Oh, this is cruel.
They are afraid of the dark.
Oh no!
No,
I don't want my baby to die.
You hear little.
Not my baby.
Maybe this is what Eve needs. Is the fear that her baby will die to get her to move forward?
No, maybe.
No, that might do it.
My baby.
Yeah. As you're watching this, and you feel as though your chest is being caved in, punctured by these talons of some sort of bird-like goddess. You feel, you hear the little distraught chirps that kind of snap you out of it, and you take a deep gasp of air. You can absolutely hear chirps. Minerva is somewhere down here, but they seem so far away, and they seem like they're lost.
Minerva, can you hear my voice?
You can hear them chirping, but they don't seem to be getting any closer to you.
Can I wiggle a little bit back, like further back, just to kind of?
You can crawl back.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, and you crawl far enough that there is a faint bit of light, and Wait, do clients have dark vision? No, they don't. But
No, they
enough...
don't.
No, there's
I'm
enough of a
blind.
there's enough of a dim light, and it seems that Minerva is on the edge of that dim light, terrified to go even further into the pitch black. And yeah, you can see them just huddled against the wall, and they hear you. They don't seem to want to get any closer into the darkness, but you can huddle up to next to them.
Yeah, I will huddle up next to Minerva.
You must be close back to the original entrance now, as you.
This is
you
gonna
huddle
take
up.
a while. It's been a while.
It's gonna be a while.
We got
Believe.
this.
So everyone else hears the chirping kind of stop. Like the squawk, like the distressed chirping has stopped. And maybe you even hear Eve's voice as they're saying this to comfort Minerva.
That's good, right? That's what we wanted? I think that's good. Okay, we just gotta wait for her to...
Right, let's assume it's good until we have an indication that it's not.
Yeah, okay, yep.
You're awake? You hear Oglei's voice.
Yeah.
Enjoy your little nap down there, hmm?
Oh. I don't appreciate you mocking me, though. Minerva, come on. We can do this.
You should just climb back out, Eve.
Not gonna happen.
You're closer to the start than you are the end.
I'd rather save Minerva and go back on myself and then continue than just abandon her. She's family. So I'm not gonna leave her behind.
Family, hmm?
Yeah. I don't think you know much about that, do you, Mother?
I know. I know we are divided. But this test was to prove that you were a part of my family as well. My ancestors.
Then let me continue the crawl.
Yeah, roll a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm actually okay with that. +1. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
That is
nice.
good.
Is that a pass?
Yeah, that is a pass, definitely. She like, you can hear her like squat down next to the hole and like look down into it, and trying to make sure like her voice is perhaps only heard by you. Boom shakalaka. No, the tribe is called Thun Lokalaka. She says, you know I wanted you to be a part of this tribe more than anything. You know I wanted you to succeed. But I did not want to dishonor our ancestors either. I can't give you a free pass just because you're the son or daughter of a chieftain. You understand?
I do. But I'd appreciate it if you didn't make fun of the hard work that I've done these past, however long this has took.
I have not seen hard work. You have been up on that mountain safe in your sky tower. Your father took you away from me.
Is that true though, Mother? Is it true? Because as soon as I failed the trial last time, you washed your hands of me, and everyone else saw the reception that I got as soon as I stepped foot here. Did he really take me away from here? Or was it the fact that you abandoned me all those years ago? Snap.
She stands back up and backs away from the hole. And she seems lost for words. As you say it, how it truly is. And with that resolve, you can attempt again if you wish. This time with Minerva at your side.
Yeah.
All right. Let's hope Minerva really is the moral support you need. They hop forwards with you. They don't want to just be carried the way. They want to walk it with you. And so, just ahead of you, in front of your nose, you see probably their little tail feathers tickling you in the face every now and again, keeping you awake and alert as you crawl back down into the crawl. And once again, the runes begin to flitter and the muffled light guides your path for but a moment, showing you the long, stretching tunnel that seems to go on forever. All right, Eve.
Let's go.
You need to go again. This time, I'll let Minerva assist you as an aid. This time, Minerva can give you a little helping hand. So, why don't you give me a Constitution save with advantage this time?
Do I click it twice? No.
You should be able to click it, and then it'll say, "Do you want to roll normal, advantage, or dis?"
Yeah. So
Yeah.
advantage. Yeah.
That's the one.
Please. No.
17.
Oh, yay!
Yes,
Woo.
yes, that's good.
Oh, Minerva, go!
Minerva tickles you awake. Whenever you feel like you're claustrophobic, you hear Minerva is like jumping around, and you can hear them like flapping their wings. And if there's enough room for Minerva to like flap around and fly a short distance here, it's a reminder that this isn't closing in around you. There's still enough space. It should be at least 5 feet wide for you to just move around in, and that paralyzing, crushing sensation, it just cannot exist in your mind whilst you hear a friendly little chirp by your side and the flapping of those wings.
Yeah, we got this. It was just mind games.
It is. It's all in your head. Speaking of in your head, this is where I would need a charisma saving throw. And again, that with a robot voice is great. Again, this time with advantage, as
Let's go, Minerva. Come on, please.
Constant reminder. Well, you didn't need it.
We got a natty 20.
We did. It's fantastic. You actually rolled a
the
17
first one.
on the other one. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. You didn't even need a nat 20 this time around.
Yeah, it's Minerva. She's giving me the courage.
She is. She's finding her own way as well during this. And Eve, is that what gets you through this, or is it also the sort of facing your mother as well in that moment back then?
Yeah, the courage, like basically snapping back at her mom, like
and
Minerva giving. Yeah.
Because you were young then, you didn't really understand what was going on, and you felt like you had disappointed her, but she didn't. Your father never took you away, never stole you. You were pushed away, and you remember specifically conversations and arguments rather between your mother and father. And again, being so young, you didn't know all the intricacies of this and why they were fighting so much, but you remember your father sticking up for you and saying, this is just, it's just a stupid test. We don't need to have her complete both to be a part of the family. Like, she's already proven herself, and this is like after you'd completed the Sky Tower challenge, and you remember your mother saying like, it's not just a stupid test. What would you say if I said the same about your challenges, your traditions, and your ancestors? It is an insult to our tribe. And you remember your father just sighing, like there was no winning with her, like she was too stubborn. And
You
that,
hard-headed.
yeah, hard-headed. And yeah, you remember like, going with your father because things were just in such a hostile state all the time. That he eventually left. He was willing to stay here. He was willing to stay in this cave rather than his own. But after the hostilities, eventually you kind of whisked away with him, as you weren't worthy to be part of the Thun Lokalaga. But yeah, now you've set the record straight. Now you've confronted your mother, and you're not afraid of what's at the end of that tunnel. You know your family would be waiting for you. And there is this moment as you're crossing over the midway point. Again, you feel that sensation as you're like splitting in two, as if one existence of yourself would have been raised in the Sky Tower shelter and another raised in the Worm Doom Crag. There's a sensation like your life has always been this struggle of duality, this struggle like walking a tightrope between the two, but never being able to please either. Outcast and exiled from Thun Lokalaga, but unwelcome and mocked in Sky Tower shelter for being too weak, or for having like a different look, being like skinny and with like long hair. Like all these things made you feel unwelcome in both, but you realize you can rise above either, be better than both, better than their differences. And yeah, it's as you're keeping this sort of momentum in your head, you see the light in front of you, the light of the shimmering aurora. And it's as you're getting out into the cold air, climbing to your feet, is when you see something again, but this time perhaps not a vision. I'd like you to roll a perception check as you're out here.
Sorry. Oh, that might be okay. Is it normal or with advantage?
This is just a normal check.
Normal, please.
Okay, 13. There's something way off in the distance, and you're very good at spotting griffins because you've been training them all your life. But this looks different. The wingspan is far too huge for how far off it could be. And the massive talons make it look like it's not a griffin at all. Griffins, they normally have little front paws, but this massive bird is something of a different beast. But with 13, you can vaguely make out something is actually perhaps on top of it.
Oh.
Not exactly sure. It's just such a vague outline with a 13, just like way off in the distance, just a silhouette. But when you see this creature and as it's swooping over the sky, you can't help but picture again those talons. These beast talons could be large enough to crush the mountainside. That's how it feels.
Oh.
Maybe that's what you saw in your vision. And yeah, a distant call.
From a distance.
Sounds something like a squawk mixed with a screech. But yeah, as you've got to your feet and looking around, you actually you see just around the corner, everyone has been waiting for you.
Hello.
Faith cheers. Like,
Hey,
you did it!
Is
You
here.
did it!
is that a pass or is the pass? I don't know if that works.
She nods.
Is she
But
pass?
yeah, Oglai goes to say yes, but she's drowned out by all the kind of cheering that everyone else is shouting. But you can see her nodding.
Yeah.
But it's almost as if Eve isn't looking for approval from her. She's she's got her eyes set on a different horizon, perhaps.
Yeah. A strong,
Okay.
independent
You
Goliath.
down?
Minerva is also here. They've shed a few feathers, but that's just their baby plumage coming off. You know, their little fuzz.
Yeah, little
Yeah,
peach
fuzzy feathers.
fuzz.
Yeah, they like shed a few of those.
Oh, does Minerva get a tattoo as well?
Not traditionally, but maybe you can just like paint a feather.
If I spelled it right, I've got the runes on the other in Discord.
Wait, really? What,
Yeah,
from
scroll up. Did I spell on Laka right?
Boom shakalaka.
On like
I'm sorry.
no.
You're gonna have to spell it for me.
All right. Okay. Sure.
And then I'll give you the tattoo that we can both get.
If you mouse over the Ogre, you can actually see her name, I think. Yeah, you can. Or this High Hunter as well. It's THWNLAKALAGA, but it's not it's not pronounced Laka Laga. It's like Locker Laga. So that's a thing as well. Pronunciation is a bit different.
They are from the Thundra.
Thundra. Thundlokalaga.
Thundra. Oh.
Well, Eve, you have made it. Now you did not need to choose between tribes. You are welcome here.
And are you willing to help my new friends?
New tribe members.
New tribe members?
Your friends, they wish for those bones, yes?
Yeah. Even just a little one.
And we appreciate the gravity of this request. It's obviously an important relic to your people, and it's also, well, a dead creature, and to be honest, disturbing them is not something I would personally want to do unless we had no other choice.
I never agreed to giving you bones for making it through a challenge, but I see you are desperate, perhaps. Perhaps there is also something else that you could aid in.
Okay, you said that all we had to do was be a member of the tribe to take a bone.
I
never said that.
Wasn't that what we were doing all this for, you guys?
No, I think the main thing we were doing this was for Eve's sakes, and now that Eve is officially past the trials of both tribes, she can hopefully be a bridge to forge peace rather than war.
There are a few things you could help with now that you are part of the tribe, but you are free to explore and walk this
Weapons are
cave.
sharp.
You are free to explore the caves. You can even go up to the bones, but I do not wish for you to just take them and disturb them. They have been here since my own ancestors. They are trophies of their hunt, their kill. And, well, you are members of the tribe, but you have yet to prove in yourselves worthy of such a trophy.
Okay.
Oh.
So, what's next?
How do we
Well,
make it so we're worthy of the bone?
Mm-hmm.
well, there are a number of issues that Tunlakalaga have been facing recently. There is a missing Goliath. One of our clan's warriors, a young male named Kapanuk. He got separated from his hunting party during a blizzard on the tundra a few days ago. Look, I'm not expecting you to find him and bring him back. He could be out anywhere in the Icewindale. I only ask that you keep an eye out for him, as you seem to be avid travelers of this land. But perhaps there is something more immediate that you can help with.
Yeah.
Yes, follow me. All right,
Yes,
she takes
me and
you
you,
through.
Faith, don't need to pass the trial. We've done it.
Oh,
Ooh.
I mean, guys, if you want to still do the trial. Sorry.
I mean,
Totally forgot about that.
Faith also wanted to do the trial, so
That's true. Yeah. Me next.
Both
yeah.
of you get in.
If
Yeah,
you want to
well,
go next, Faith, feel free. And whilst Faith is doing the trial and I'll do mine, I guess the rest of you can discuss with the
yeah.
chieftain on their thing.
She says that Demolok Nightwalker will overlook the rest of the trials. He's the old elderly Goliath. Yes, of course, chieftain. And the chieftain leads you, Hulla, Eve, and I guess Ashanti, if you wish to come as well, around to
Well,
a
is my
separate
tattoo
cave.
done?
Yeah, if you'd like to say it's done, it's done. It took hours, don't forget, for
Oh, okay.
Eve
Yes,
to
you're
go
right.
through.
Okay. Yes, if my tattoo is finished, then
Hmm.
yes, I'd like to go.
Okay. All right. Will anybody be waiting on the other side for me? Faith says.
I'll be here because I'll also
Oh,
got to do the trial as well. So,
thank you guys.
and then
All
you
right.
can wait for me.
Sounds good. So Ogilay is going to take you off into a separate cave, and I'll briefly describe what's in here, but I'll jump back to the others in a second. So, going through these 10-foot high caves, all the way to the quarters of the chieftain, and you remember almost like being in a cot in here, Eve, at one point perhaps. But in place of a cot here, there seems to be a table with medical supplies laid out on them, and in the big bedroll, there seems to be a feathered creature, uh, an Aarakocra, which are quite rare in Icewindale. Normally, they don't fly around too often because it's usually a blizzard half the time. But as you look around,
Jonathan?
it's not.
Jonathan!
No,
I don't know who this Jonathan is, but.
I believe, um, and
Oh.
they said their name was.
Yeah. Sorry.
They said their name was Siki Cree.
Siki Cree.
This is Aruk Thundercaller, and you see the kind of Goliath warrior stand up. They have a few like medicines on a table set around them. They are our clan's healer, but it seems nothing has been able to nurse this Arakokra back to health, and we can only do so much. Aruk stands and says, "I believe they were caught in a blizzard. They crashed down into the mountains. Where they were rescued by one of our hunters. The minor wounds have healed, but she has a broken wing. She's been in incredible pain. She's tried to move, but I've tried to keep her here as best I can. You can hear the kind of like pain squawk from her. Like, she's trying to move.
What have you done to try and uh cure her? Do you have any spells to do that, or are you just sort of, you know,
Spells.
yeah?
We Goliaths do not have magic in our midst. I tried
Oh,
to create a splint, but I'm not sure if this bone will heal properly.
is it allowed to use magic here? Can I try?
She, Aruk looks towards Ogilai for like almost permission, and she says, "Our ancestors used to rely on raw strength and of will, but there was no rules against magic. If that's what you're asking."
Uh, well, would it be okay if I tried?
She, she steps away and gestures. If there's anything you can do, please.
Okay. So I'm going to step forward and cast Cure Wounds if I can find it.
Mm-hmm.
Where do my spells all disappear? Hang on. Do
Yeah, feel free to actually target them as well.
Yes, I seem to have done something
Oh, have you?
to my
Let me have a look.
spells. They've all disappeared.
They're there on mine. Are you on the right tab?
I'm on the right tab. I'm looking at my spell
Okay.
book.
Oh, you might have
But
put a filter on at the top.
oh, okay. How do I undo the filter?
Just in the text box, just so make sure it's like nothing there, and then on there's a little filter button.
Ritual prepared, action, bonus action, reaction.
The
Where?
search bar hasn't got anything in it, has it?
No.
No. Okay.
I've clicked on something, but I can't figure
If
out what
it's
it
not
is.
there, probably just a reload. I think that might be
Yep.
the best
All
course
right.
of action.
Yep.
Uh,
Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna
you have
cast
your wounds.
Ear
Select.
Wounds.
Okay. All right. I can click that for you if you like.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. There it is. Cure Wounds. Okay.
So you got an 8.
Okay.
And yeah, what does Hulla's healing magic look like again? How do you describe this as you kneel down next to their wing?
So yeah, it looks like shimmering, glittery sort of flames, little tiny flames, will cover the wing, in just like a wash of warmth, and it's gonna feel like sinking into a bath, like just really warm and comforting and nice. And it's sort of reddish and orangey colors.
There's definitely some like immediate distrust at first from the Aarakocra as they see flames, but then as soon as they feel the sensation, that soothing warm bath, they immediately sort of relax and their neck like leans back into the pillow. And you can see it working. Their wing immediately begins to almost where it was like dislocated, perhaps suddenly like return back to its socket. And you can see the feathers kind of being unruffled and straightening out. There is still like looks to be like a little bit of discomfort left still as they're trying to flex it. But you can see already there's an expression on both the Goliath's face of like that of shock as they're suddenly moving this broken wing.
Did that do it? I'm not very good at healing yet. I don't
You see them
it looks better?
lean up and like lean up out of the pillow and almost go to stand, and Aruk says, you should not stand. You're still injured, but nonetheless, yeah, Aarakocra does manage to get to their feet. They speak in a tongue that I don't think any of you guys understand. No, they let out a little series of of squawks in your direction, Hulla. And they seem to be that of like of surprise as well as perhaps
Hi.
reverence of you.
um. Oh. Hi. I hope that feels better. I'm sorry you got caught in a blizzard. That sounds real rough. But maybe if you just take it easy, you should be okay.
It gestures again towards the wing that seems almost perfectly mended, but it seems to be like a bit of discomfort that they're trying to display.
I do. What else can I cast? Oh, healing word. No, healing word is just.
Yeah, it's more healing.
It's more healing.
Yeah, I mean you
All
can
right.
give it a medicine check if you want.
Okay. Oh yeah, let's do that first. See if I can figure out what's going on. Why they're so upset.
Aruk will also help you in this. I'm gonna see if they can get. If they get a 15, they'll be able to give you advantage on this.
Okay.
Because they do seem to be concerned as well. Oh no!
Nope.
Okay, you're rolling flat.
All right.
Hey,
Fair
that's
enough.
still a success though.
Okay. Good. I have a
These
+1.
These Goliaths normally just rub dirt in it, you know. They're hardy folk, so they're not used to like intricate injuries.
I'm gonna sort of smooth my hand very, very gently over the feathers to try and straighten them a little bit, but without putting any pressure on the wing.
Hollow bones are incredibly delicate, and you can see that although they have mobility, there's perhaps still fragments that aren't quite fully connected or healed, and it's maybe where they've been laying in this bed, not so much the injury that's caused this discomfort, but also it's healed slightly wrong. It's always a chance that these bones kind of like don't fix themselves right, and so that discomfort is what's caused and the squawking by the looks. Nothing you can't handle though. With some extra healing, you can mend that as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm gonna cast. Oops. Cast a healing word. For an extra 3 points.
That's what you needed actually.
Okay.
Yep. Total of actually brings them back
11
to their total.
points. Awesome.
Yeah. So with that, you see them now. They flex their wings out to their full wingspan, and begin like flapping. And as they do, they actually take a bow towards you. And this Aarakocra, they seem quite distinguished now as they like get back up and they look towards you, squawking again, again and again.
Sikikri, thanks you.
I will bow back. You are very welcome, Sikikri. I'm Hulla. Hi.
Hello.
Hulla.
Hulla.
Again, the Aarakocra bows and bows continuously and like goes to shake your hands as well.
I'll reciprocate. I will hug them back and say, "Well, I'm just so happy to help. I'm glad, glad I was here to help. So, yeah, you're welcome. Do you I don't suppose you know anything about dragon bones? That never mind. That's silly.
They seem to, cock their head like birds do sometimes, not understanding what you're saying, perhaps.
It's all good. Yeah, Sikikri. Cool.
But yeah, you can see continuous gratitude is expressed from this Aarakocra. They don't seem to have anything on them to give you, but they seem to just continually bow and until Ogalai says, "You have my permission to depart, Sikikri. You are free to take flight again, but I warn you, blizzards are not for flying creatures. Okay, try and huddle up in a cave next time. Wait for it to blow over." Sikikri maybe understands something like the gestures he's saying. Ogre saying with like flapping her hands, but Sikikri kind of like nods and tries to get past everyone.
Oh, that was fun.
They probably spot that there's loads of feathers on the bed where they've they've been like rolling around in their sleep. They pick one up and they like give it to you, Hulla. It's like all they can
Oh,
give you. So you can write you've got like an Aarakocra feather. They put
cool.
it in your
I will add
palm.
that. Yeah, I'll add that. I'm gonna take it and kind of accept it and bow over it and do like just a little gesture of like, oh, thank you.
Okay.
Do, do,
With
do.
that, Sikikri flaps free, and you see there's a sign of respect from Ogre. She looks towards you and for the first time actually smiles, a genuine smile in your direction. All right.
There.
So, meanwhile, back in the crawl. Guys, were you going up next? Sorry.
Faith was next.
Okay. Faith, I'll make this fairly quick. So, oh my lord, apparently I will. Faith crawls in. She's known darkness before. She's told you about how she lived on the streets. She's had to crawl through narrow alleyways before, gutters and drainage, so even sewage. Probably in the underbelly of many a city. And so she's no stranger to small confined spaces. Sometimes she'd even stay in like the attics of nearby temples, or in little crawl spaces behind altars and such. So she manages to get in there quite quickly, crawls through, and as the runes begin to light up, visions of what exactly? Let's find out. Charisma save is that is a success. Thank goodness she's actually proficient in charisma saves as a cleric. That's a success. I'm actually going to keep it a secret as to what she experiences because that is only for her. And if you wish to ask her, perhaps you will bring it out at one point. But regardless, Faith actually makes it through fairly quickly, and she emerges from the other side. But you can give me an insight check, both those who are outside waiting for her.
I guess that would be me. I will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm up there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'm not there, am I? All right, never mind.
No, you're probably doing the healing.
I am there.
Yeah.
I am there.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. So 607, you just see them sort of dusting themselves off, like the snow is just um caught up on their cape. Um, and they just seem to be straightening themselves out. Nothing out of the ordinary for them, you see. But guys, as you're looking over them, you see a slight shimmer to the six-pointed snowflake on her possession. It is the symbol that she's sort of been hiding for the most part, but as she's like getting up, you see it just kind of like come free from underneath her cloak, and this symbol must represent a certain goddess, which you've recognized this symbol before as well. You've seen it on on the snow of the Kelson farm. But it's as she's straightening herself out is when she notices that it's sort of hanging out, and she quickly like grasps it in her grip to like hide it, and then she immediately like tries to hide it away again. But yeah, she's almost like trying to pretend that it's not out in the open, trying to hide that she's not a follower of Oriel.
Grace doesn't say anything at this point. He'll potentially raise it later when they're on the road, but speaking of it in a Goliath stronghold doesn't seem smart.
Sure. With that, Faith looks at you two with a smile on her face. She says, "I made it."
Good job.
Maybe I think Minerva had given me a little bit of courage as well after seeing such a small, fragile creature make it through. I felt like I could do it as well. Geist, I'll be waiting here for you. I know you can make it.
Right. See you on the other side then, and I'll go through to start my crawl.
He says, well, I don't know if it helps, but nope. She hasn't got resistance, never mind. She just calms your emotions. There you go. She casts calm emotions.
Sure.
Just stay strong down there and make sure you're the master of your own mind. There are definitely interesting visions.
Yeah.
Mm.
Geist, at this point, as he's about to go into the entrance, just sort of speaks the pale lady in his head, and it's just like, this one I do alone, so you just keep quiet.
As you wish.
Yep.
All right. Heading down into the tunnels, Geist, as you go into the black, it's incredibly dark for you, being you're human. You have no dark vision. This is the worst.
Yep.
You're also not used to confined spaces. You've always lived out on the tundra, traveling in a nomadic style from place to place. The air is also a little stifling, but these are all just simply discomforts. For you, it's the worry that if something were to happen down here, no one could really help you. And I need you to roll a Constitution saving throw. As you're crawling around in the dark, you feel like as though something else is crawling around with you. Or more specifically, in you. And that can't be the warm stew you had this morning. Let's hope it's not anyway. Let's just leave a mess in the tunnel. You know, it feels as though something is it's holding you back. It's like every time you try to go further on, it's like it's pushing back the other way and trying to like wrestle and roll you over onto your back. And that's perhaps exactly what happens at one point. Halfway down the tunnel, you feel like you can't go on, you can't stomach this. You end up rolling over and trying to like crawl upside down, like claw your way across the ceiling. It's so painful. It's like tense struggle inside you that's just coiling and it's almost like strangling your own intestines. Something is definitely coiling in your insides. And then it just bites. You can feel something like almost like tear or rip in your insides. You end up immediately just sort of coughing out a spout of blood. You can't see the red, but you can definitely smell the iron in the air. You don't know how much longer you've got. And as you're laying there, vulnerable, maybe even dying, I need you to roll a charisma save.
Not terrible.
It's not terrible, but it isn't a success. Geist, for you, your vision could take two different ways, I imagine. You've heard rumor of what your tribe has been up to, what has happened in the time you've been gone, and what that bastard has been leading them to. In fact, let's go there now. Your vision blurs, and you feel yourself waking up in the tent of one of the tribes. one of the tribes camps, the wolf tribe, and you can smell something cooking, something like a fresh meal or a fresh kill being laid out over the fire. As you crawl out of your tent and look around, you can see other Reged warriors, hunters. They've gathered around this great feast, and you see your chieftain, Issa Kronenstrom. His back is to you. He seems to be digging into something. And as you approach, you're allured by the smell, and you see other Reged tribe members. They look up from the feast with like blood dripping from their beards, and they welcome you over. Come, Ghost, come feast with us. This is a fresh kill. You see Issa turn. Ah, yes, Geist. Join us. Join us. As he turns, his face is equally like covered in blood, all the way around his jowls, and in his hand, you think at first it's some sort of leg of lamb or elk, perhaps, but instead it is literally an actual human leg that has like the skin stripped from it, bone still sticking out, and he's been gnawing on this human flesh. And as you look past him onto the campfire, around feasting like wolves on a carcass is just this human body on a spit. Your body suddenly recoils in disgust. Your like stomach rolls over, wanting to heave up whatever's inside of it. All whilst the rest of your tribe laughs and laughs. And as you realize the body, who it actually belongs to, that's when your vision hits the most traumatic point. You recognize this is the one you looked up to, the one who taught you everything you know. This is One Eye. I believe his name was.
It was something like that, or Frost Eye, or...
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Frost Eye. You can see there's like an eye patch, like burning away. They've turned to cannibalism, not just others, but their own kind as well. And as you begin to like heave and throw up from this horrific sight, something does begin to feel like you are like works your way up like your esophagus again, and instead you just see the blood sort of spit out again. It's not puke that comes out of your mouth, not bile, but rather just blood, and you feel something rupture inside your stomach. The next part of this vision is simply flashes. You see clawed hands. You see viscera just splattered against the tents as you turn into whatever monster this thing was. And yeah, your vision just sort of cuts out. I'm gonna roll some d6s here. Yeah, that's about right. Guys, you're in this horrific coma for at least 12 hours. For the rest of the group who've been helping tend to the Aarakocra in this time, you've obviously come back by now, and you see Faith has still been waiting on the outside. She said, I don't know what's happened to him. I thought I heard coughing, but should one of us go down there and help him?
How long has he been there? A couple of hours?
No, you've been down there hours. It's like probably nearing the next day at this point.
Okay. Yeah, getting to the point. We should.
It is 12 hours. Like,
I guess it's my turn. All right. I guess it's my turn. I'll go. I can do this.
You're gonna go down there after him?
We can't just leave him down there.
No,
I don't really want to go, but he doesn't have a Minerva to help him out.
Well, we do
he's
have
just
a
got us.
Maybe Bits can go down. Bits has got a
No,
pure heart, pure soul.
Bits has got a pure heart, but he doesn't have a connection to Geist. I think Geist might need a. It's been so long. He might need something else. He doesn't have a familiar, so he needs a friend. And I guess that's me.
Right.
Well, hang on just a second. If I go back down as a member of the tribe, do I go through the trials again? Or now that I'm a member of the tribe, is it just a tunnel for me? I'm asking the chieftain. Yes.
She says, I do not know what our ancestors ruled that as. Those who are part of the Thun Lokalaka rarely go into the tunnel afterwards, unless it is to, like you are now, retrieve someone who has fallen unconscious. But
Okay.
Ashanti, let me go. You shouldn't have to deal with that twice. I've been avoiding it because I was scared, but maybe this is a sign that Hades wants me to go. Embrace that fear, go into the dark. I need to.
Okay, that is your decision. I completely respect it. Just remember that you're you, and what you see down there is not necessarily real.
But it might be real. It might be real. Okay, well,
I
that's
part,
I'll try
I
to
hope it
remember.
is.
Yeah.
For my
Okay.
part, I hope it is. But that doesn't mean that it's real for everybody else. And anybody else would want it to be real.
Hmm. Okay.
yeah. All right. So Hulla, you're heading down
Yep.
there.
I'm heading down there.
Likewise, you see the runes kind of lighting up, but they're dull, muffled. I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Please, please, please.
That's a success.
Yay.
Okay. As you're
Stop it.
heading down,
Sorry, my
into
cat
this
is
tunnel.
eating my book.
That's all right. Imagine like that's the visions. Just stop it.
Stop it. Shoo. Bad boy.
So as
Bad
you're
boy.
heading in, you can't help but feel the sensation of getting into the underworld, like further and further down. This is how you pay reverence to your god. You bow down on into the earth, into the ground, the underworld. And as you're crawling down, you feel like you're effectively going to meet your maker here, but you're not ready to see them. You're not ready for this final judgment. You're hoping that you don't have to face the consequences before you've made up for them. Hulla, however, as you're worrying about all these things, you actually bump into Geist. He's only at the halfway point, just as he was about to hit one of these runes that light up. You can see it faintly about to glow as you're approaching it, but yeah, you haven't reached the same point as him yet. You're seeing him up above, up ahead from you.
Okay.
And with that faint glow, you do see there is like this red splatter across this part of the tunnel.
Oh no. Is that blood? Oh, Geist. Geist, I will run up to him and see if I can tell what's wrong. I don't know if that's a medicine check or whatever, but
you can roll a medicine check, yeah. He is unconscious though. He's unresponsive. Not. His eyes are like completely unresponsive. He is, however, still breathing. and you can
Okay.
estimate with the 21 he is in a deep coma right now,
Um,
and he
can
might
I?
not wake up for several hours.
Right. Can I tell if a healing word would help him,
It, it
or
wouldn't heal.
cure wounds would help him?
He
I'm
seems to
gonna
have
try.
lost some blood, but as you're looking over, it's not from a wound. It
Hmm.
seems as though only you know his condition.
Yeah,
So
that's what I would be checking his stomach, especially
Okay.
to see if there's any.
His hand, where he was when you found him in his unconscious state, his hand was actually gripping his stomach, like it was some sort of
Ooh.
pain was coming from it.
Oh, the evil salad. Please no, not now. Come on.
All salads are evil salads.
It's a salad without dressing.
If you're
Horrible.
checking for like a pulse as well with that
Yeah.
medicine check, you definitely sense a pulse from his neck and everything. He's alive. He's not dead. But
Okay.
as you're feeling for a pulse, you can actually feel as though there's a secondary like pulse there as well. Like there's like a boom 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 boom. You can hear his
Oh.
heartbeat, but then there's also
Yeah.
like something else like pumping blood around, or maybe even siphoning blood. Who
Weird.
knows?
Okay.
Not natural.
Yeah. I don't know if this is gonna help. Oh please. Oh my lord, Hades. This one is not yet ready. He has much work to do and many miles to walk before he sleeps. So let's do our key wounds.
Hmm.
You have no available first level spots. Okay.
Oh yeah,
But I can't.
you
It's
might
not
have
letting
used
me.
those from the Aarakocra.
It's not letting me cast it at second level.
You
Do I
haven't
have
got
any
second
second level?
levels.
I haven't got second level.
You're
Shoot.
only level 2. Yeah, guys, at level
Uh,
3, unfortunately. I think you would have one spell slot though, right? Because you've done a cure
I,
wounds and a light and
it was a
and healing
cure
word.
wounds and a healing word. I should have three spells, right?
Yeah, you should have one left.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you do want to cast cure wounds on him, you know it won't do anything though with that medicine check. He hasn't actually suffered an injury, but
Yeah. But this is just trying
at
for.
the very least, it perhaps restores some of the blood loss from whatever has happened here. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna with that 3, I'll deduct a couple of hours from his total coma. So he's only unconscious for like 9 hours instead of 12. But
Okay.
I'm imagining during this is like halfway through this. So
Yeah.
you see his eyes like flutter for a moment, but he's not coming to consciousness. It seems as though it's sort of maybe bringing him around, but it's still going to take some time for him to recover.
Okay, so this is maybe a head thing or a spiritual kind of illness. I need to get him out of this tunnel, and I'm going to grab him and pull him towards the entrance.
Okay.
Yep.
You drag him back out.
I'll drag him back out.
It's late at night right now. Many of the other Goliaths have already gone to bed. But Faith is still here and awake. She sees the poor Wealgeist brought out.
Faith, I cast a healing spell, but I don't think it did anything. I think he might just need time. I can't tell what's wrong with him.
Should we? Let's get him to a bed then. Help him recover.
Yeah. Do.
So yeah, you lay him down. Unfortunately, probably got like another few hours before he does come to. But Faith says that they will watch over him during the night.
Okay. Then I'll stay with Faith for a little bit, but I do want to get a long rest and restore some spells.
Okay.
Yep.
And
and while we're chatting, like Faith and I will talk about Oral and talk about gods and just figuring out how to follow a god that you're not sure, or as a new acolyte. Yeah, a lot of stuff in common between us.
Definitely. And she probably asked you some like about certain spells, like she's still learning and still trying to practice, such as healing word. It's actually one that she would like to learn.
Okay. I'll
She
teach her
probably learns
that.
that. Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah. Cool.
You teach Faith healing words so that she can add that to her repertoire. It's very useful. All right.
Would there
607.
be any
Oh.
would there be any kind of celebration for the new members of the tribe? Like,
Yeah,
am
absolutely.
am
During this,
I going to be able to get a long rest, or will I be up drinking all night with my new tribe members?
that's a good question. There is a celebratory goat ball competition, most likely, or there's
Okay.
a number of a whole host of other competitions you could try taking on. Uh, Not all of them involve alcohol, but you can you can play along with any of them. Let me have a look.
Okay.
See what we
I'm
got.
just curious if I am going to get a long rest tonight.
Yeah, you can. You can. Let's have a look. I think it's wilderness encounter. Yeah, here we go. So, amongst the games, Wormdoom Crag, the Thun Lokalaga tribe, they love Goat Ball above all else. They will play that till the reindeers come home. But there's a number of other games they love to play. Tug of War, obviously you know how that works.
Mm-hmm.
Handstanding. So each participant can do a handstand, see how long they can hold that position for as long as possible. And hell, if you add alcohol to that equation, that only makes it even more interesting. And then there's also shrub pulling. So two
Shrub
frozen
pulling.
shrubs, yeah, yeah, of roughly equal size are located, and then each team has to pick a champion, and whichever champion uproots their shrub first wins the contest for the team. Um, so yeah, those are your choices.
You know, I
Goat balls
think
like
all of them
dodgeball.
sound like a lot of fun. Oh, dodgeball. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just a more complicated dodgeball, basically. Which
I
one
think
do
they
we,
also
I'll say you could at least
uh
probably do two of them in the time.
hands. Well, Eve, do you want to do the handstanding? I've only had a few ales. I think I can do it.
Yeah, I'm game.
All right,
Okay.
perfect. In that case, then let's set you up. So the blacksmith, you're against Wayani, High Hunter.
Okay.
She comes along. She puts her blacksmithing tools away and replaces them with a tankard of ale and chugs that down before getting ready for the handstand. She says, "All right, it's been a while since I've done this one, but I haven't lost. So, good luck."
Yeah, but you haven't played against the newest members of the tribe. Come on, Eve, we can do this.
Let's go.
Let's take this over here. Yeah, the communal hall where they deal this. All right. Um. Okay. Good luck. You've got your competitors ready. This is you kind of put yourselves up against the wall first of all to steady yourself. Um, if you've if everyone's been drinking, I'll say that everyone's rolling with disadvantage, but it's a fair playing field if everyone's drinking and doing it.
Yeah.
So perfect. All right, everyone can give me a disadvantage athletics check.
All right. Athletics and disadvantage.
Uh,
Oh man.
right.
Oh no, Ashanti, you're not
Almost
out.
Oh,
got it.
You're not out. Don't
I
worry. It's
I get a plus. What is it? D6 to my strength check.
yeah, you do actually. You can add that right now if you like.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
6 and
yes.
11. Okay. Well, then in that case, no one goes out in the first round. It seems. Wait, hold on. No, wait. 11, 11. Ashanti, you got 9. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm laying in the floor giggling. I think
Okay.
this
Yeah.
is the funniest thing I've done in ages. I am so impressed with myself, and I think I'm hysterical. Bits is looking confused.
Ashanti
This is the
falls
drunkest
over.
you've ever been.
Yes.
Goliath beer.
Goliath, alcohol is a lot stronger than I thought it would be. And their
Certainly is.
portions are a lot bigger than I'm used to.
You start hiccuping on the floor as all the alcohol's like gone to the back of your throat. But that's okay. We still have 2 contestants who are still trying to balance. Yeah, you can give me another athletics check with disadvantage. I got I got a 9. What did you get?
Big numbers.
Wait, you haven't got anything to your athletics. Wait, you only had to get to add that 1d6 once.
Jamey did that.
Oh, okay.
Jamey's backseat gaming.
Of course he is.
Yeah.
Eve, I'm afraid, like she said, Wei Yani has never lost a handstand competition. She
If
does
only it was acrobatics.
I mean, she exactly right. She does nearly stumble, and on one, she like has to like keep herself up with one hand for a moment. But yeah, Eve, you feel something bubbling in your stomach. The alcohol's coming back up, and as you feel that sicky sensation, and you let out a burp, it's enough of a distraction that you also fall and land on top of Ashanti in a big pile. And Bit sees this as a dog pile and jumps on top of you instead.
It's no shame to lose to a master. Good job, Wyoming.
It's Wyoming.
We'll get you one day.
Wait. She is gonna fall over after, like, just a split second after, and then says, "Well, it was a close one at least. You definitely gave me a run for my money." Oh, goodness.
This was fun. I enjoyed this. This was a lot of fun. How about a quick game of tug of war?
I'll go get the rope.
Against anybody who wants to go up against us.
I'll get the rope, Wayani says as she stumbles over a bowl.
I think it's going to be athletics. Can you stop it? Sorry, Jamie's doing my head in. It's going to be athletics, so I might sit out of this one because that is not my strong suit.
Oh,
acrobatics, easy.
It doesn't matter if you win or lose. It just matters if you play. Where is more of this stuff? This is really good stuff. Oh my god! I need to take this home. I need to take some of them. This is really. I wonder if that mead that one town has is as good as this. Probably not. I'm sorry. Did you see the glittering lights up there?
This stuff is like reindeer piss. Anything's better than this, I assure you. It's just strong. That's all it is. So in between these games, I know 607, you wanted to speak with Chieftain Ogilai.
Yeah, as this whole thing between the trials and the games and everything's been taking hours and hours. So I'm hoping that at some point I can sort of signal to her to come off to a quiet corner for a private conversation.
Yeah, the forges aren't working whilst this is all taking place.
Okay.
So you go into the workshop there. The soft heat is simmering from the coals that are faintly going out.
Oh, it's actually rather nice in here. A little bit warmer than the rest of the building.
Indeed. It's normally the sounds of hammers and tongs here, but at night it is quiet.
Well, now it's the sound of games and yelling, I see. So, listen, the idea of one tribe amongst the Goliaths is not a bad idea. I know you don't like the other tribe that much, but what if you led both?
She looks at you, narrows her eyes. That would not be to a certain Arn Rock Splitter's liking, I imagine.
Can't like it. I can't not like it if he's not alive.
I already tasked you with. You want me to challenge?
You challenge him. You kill him. They have to respect that. then you have the power of both tribes behind you.
Challenge him to fight to the death? Makura?
Yes. Yes. Unless you don't think you can beat him.
She sort of chuckles and looks back to the fire. No.
Otherwise, you'll be in the stalemate that you're in for much longer. Listen, I've seen both tribes very recently. They seem to have about equal numbers. Your cavern defenses seem about the same. So it comes down to who's the stronger leader.
Arn is a coward. He would never agree to a fight to the death.
You don't think so? Not for the leadership of both tribes? Peace? Lasting peace?
I see it is a clever solution you have come up with. But again, it really depends on convincing him. You tell him the place and the time.
Well, we'll have to go back, I'm sure, so I'll let him know that there is a way out of the constant war.
But I'm not going to Sky Tower shelter.
Why not? They won't attack you just if you walk up in peace. Challenge for a fair one-on-one fight. They won't attack you. Same as you wanted.
She says, I don't trust them. We're in open conflict after all. 13. You can tell there's maybe another reason. She's not lying outrightly, but there may be more to that. The reason why she doesn't want to go there than just the fact that they're in open conflict. She doesn't seem to let on exactly what it is. So, you tell him to come here. We can fight on the over the bones of the dragon. Or on the stage of the goat ball if he really wants.
Provide him the option, but otherwise your conflict will just last and last and last, and the anger will deepen and deepen and deepen. And like my friend Geist said, you're both morons if you continue on like that. Resources are dwindling. There's starvation in 10 towns. And you're worried about this bickering. I thought you were smarter than that. I'll walk away.
She you can hear her like seemingly with a fire poker maybe shove something into the coals, and you can hear them sizzling and burning with some sort of seething rage as you exit out of there. All right.
Where did everybody go?
Oh, they're in bed.
Are they all down here?
Or they're over here. Yep. You probably walk into the tug of war. And they say, are you part of Ashanti's team?
Sure, yes. What am I doing?
Tug of war.
Is this a drinking Oh, tug of war, yes. I'm very strong.
Grab the end. Ashanti, you've been roped into something already. This is the tug of war. Where is it? Let's have a look. This one's pretty simple again, but it does require maybe more people on each team. Are you sure you're sitting out, Eve? Looks like she could use some help. There's a whole line of Goliaths against just Ashanti and 607 at the moment.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. I don't think I'll be much help.
Come on, Eve, you can
I'm
you
more
can do it.
dexterous.
Trust me. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
You can do this. Trust me. We're
Okay.
gonna win. We're absolutely, as long as they only put like one Goliath against us, we've got a shot at this.
It's Bits. Bits is also grabbing a part of
Oh
the
yeah,
rope as well.
Bits will think this is a fun game.
So it's like 4 versus 4. I mean, dogs love tug of war. It's the thing. They're jam. All right. So the head of the other tug of war team is Wayani High Hunter, and she's getting ready with her team to pull. It seems to be a long length of rope, and it's about 50 foot long. All the Goliaths on one side, ready to heave against the Icewind Trekkers on the other side. So what is the sum of your combined strength, all of you guys?
Some
Yep. What's your total?
I have an 11.
Okay, 11.
18.
10.
And Bits is, give me 1 second. Open, open it. Bits is 13.
13. Okay.
So that's
So you gotta
52 total.
Wait,
Oh.
what? Oh, it is too. Yeah. All right. 52. Okay. And the Goliaths all have. Oh, they have quite a
Yeah.
bit more. Yeah.
Sure they do. That's wait. Y'all
What?
have to give up a Goliath because, like, it's not fair to Bits because Bits is not a Goliath. Well, Bits is a big dog.
Well, maybe how about if I go on the other team and one Goliath comes over? Maybe that's
It's
fair.
We
it's
call Wayoni, Red Rover, Wayoni, come over.
fuck it. She she just
Yes.
stumbles over.
Wow.
She says, I will say though, Bits looks a lot stronger than some of you, you know.
Bits is a good dog. Bits is the best dog ever.
Okay, so we have two 18s, a 10
13.
and a 13 versus 18, 18, 18, 10. It's
So who's
still
else?
I have 11. I have 11.
Oh, 11. Okay, yeah. So it's still the same either way. I mean, it's still
Wow.
not enough. You're really letting the team down, Eve, I'm afraid. But you know,
I was born this way.
it does. But yeah, normally that would be the decider, but that doesn't seem like enough fun. Let's make it more interesting. So they do have the advantage. So I'm going to literally say they have advantage on this athletics check. But Ashanti, you can be the one to roll it. So
Okay.
go ahead, give me an athletics check, just flat, and I'm going to roll for them with advantage. Oh no!
Oh my goodness! I am so
I
drunk.
rolled
I
pretty bad
slipped and
too.
fell.
That was not their best display either, to be honest.
Wait! I
only
can
got
get
a
up.
15.
Hang on, just a second. Wait!
Ashanti
Try
rage.
again.
Okay, hold up.
Rage
My
gives
feet.
advantage on athletics checks.
It's true. It
Oh,
does.
I'm
Here
going to
it-
use restore balance so that Ashanti is only rolling that straight, not with advantage.
What the hell?
Mean.
Oh my goodness.
roll
that's
with
so good.
advantage.
Oh, that's funny. All right, so I'm gonna say you have to get like 3 in a row, right? Victory points
Okay.
over the line, and it has to be in a row. Otherwise, effectively like this. This is like the line. Crap.
All right. So
I've done this before. Hold on.
we're rolling
Yeah.
again.
He did this for
Yeah.
against
I did
the
this for.
it was against the Correds in looks
That's
like.
right. Yes, it was. Okay. So they only need to pull you like 2 more, right? So go ahead. Oh wait, I'll roll this time.
I got a 14.
Okay. I have advantage. Ooh. Just barely making it. Unless you have anything you can boost it with. Which I don't think so. Unless you prayed. Which stone did you meditate at, Ashanti?
I didn't. I was sharpening my weapons.
Oh yeah, that's right. And playing with the crag cat.
I was playing with the crag cat. So
okay, then in that case, then you are pulled ever closer to the line. They only need one more victory point.
Perfectly fine. Again, the whole point of this is to have fun, not to win.
That's true. That is true. I guess you can rage if you're still raging. You would get this advantage, unless 607 does another restore balance.
Yeah, I'll do another one.
Okay, you just got the 13. Anything to win. All right, advantage. Oops, I actually just rolled.
Oh, you rolled a nat 20.
I think that. Yeah, you're pulled in. Bits gets distracted and sees this as a losing battle, and immediately dives into the grill.
Food.
Yeah, just starts stealing from the feast. I mean, as Bits just leaves, it means that there's no chance. All of you just tumble forward, and again land in another similar pile with Ashanti at the bottom, Eve, and now Wayani on top again.
I'm gonna high five my teammates really quickly. Good job. Good job. Good job.
I was literally about to say they high five you, which means you high five at exactly the right time. It's like that perfect meet in the middle clap of satisfaction. Oh dear. Well, whilst that's going on, Geist is just in a coma, unfortunately.
Yeah. Quick question, Chris, because I didn't realize that. Can the boons be used on saves, or is it just checks?
I'll have a check myself. Sky Tower. It is used on Eastern Cave, Communal Cave. Where is it? I think it's just checks. Yeah. Runestone, 1d6, roll 1 charisma check.
Yeah.
Or wisdom check. Yeah.
Shame.
I'm afraid. Yeah, that would otherwise help a lot in this.
Yeah. And would also be like quite like cool, like if you could use like the rune from one tribe to beat the other tribe.
That would have been fitting, but
yeah.
Sadly,
yeah, what can you do?
The most debilitating thing was those how many hours I rolled.
Yep.
Whereas Eve was only out at 1 hour each time, like each interval.
Yeah.
I basically rolled them all for you, and it was like piled on. However, for the most part, you guys are able to stay here, get a long rest. Except guys, sorry, you're literally in a coma. You don't get to get a long rest. But everyone else can complete one, so you get all your stuff back.
I don't get a long rest, but does that mean I get a point of exhaustion, or am I at least sort of at least balanced?
Yeah, you don't gain a level. No, you're just sort of stuck in a twilight zone, experiencing horrible visions of you turning into a giant monster and slaughtering people. In fact, as that vision goes on, you remember the vision kind of flashing in and out, where you just finish off the rest of your tribe, and now you turn on your party. You just see these rending claws ripping into people, but there's one you keep alive. One of them is the next host. Choose which party member becomes the next host in your vision.
How many party members are there at this point? Actually, you know what?
6 or 7.
Yeah, let me just.
Or bits.
1, 2,
it can't be.
3.
Wait, why can't it be?
4.
It can't be
Why
bits.
can't,
It has
Does
to be a
faith
humanoid.
count in this?
Oh,
yes.
Has to be humanoid.
Wait, that should have actually just been a D4. Actually, I'm gonna re-roll that because I think I counted myself when I did, and I can't host myself.
No.
Okay, it's gonna be Ashanti apparently.
Ooh.
All right.
Ashanti is the last one left alive, looking at you with a face of utter betrayal as the rest of your party lie in pools of blood. And Ashanti is on their death's door, and instead of killing them, you pick them up with your monstrous form, lift them up, and this strange gland appears out of the wrist of your clawed hand and like implants something into a wound. And as Ashanti kind of falls unconscious, you then just descend into a blizzard, knowing that your work here is done.
See, when that vision began, and it was him slaughtering his tribe who had become cannibals and gone so far from the path, I almost felt like Geist would be like, you know what? I may have become a monster, but at least I'm doing something good for like the tribe. But then when it turns on the party, it's like,
Yeah. That is when it gets horrific. Knowing that there's no friend or foe which can be discerned in this monstrous form. You will not control yourself. You will be lost. You will be something else entirely. Geist would be dead, and in its place, some sort of red abomination. All right. Apart from that, Wilslard? Yeah, Wilslard. All right, everyone. You come to in the morning. It's been a long time, but finally, Geist is also coming to consciousness at the end of this long rest. You probably do come to consciousness. And Faith wakes next to you as well and says, Geist, you awake? You were out for nearly 9 hours.
It seems once again I've proven that of our group I am by far the weakest.
That's not true. I thought I was the weakest personally, but
and yet you passed this trial with ease, and I couldn't even get past the first step. And every time we have gone out into the cold, which should be the environment that I thrive in above the others, it's been me who fails. Every time.
She lowers her head for a moment and says that I'm not entirely that strong. I have a goddess of winter on my side, and I wouldn't have got through it unless she hadn't have intervened, shall we say.
Your faith gives you strength, and I've seen similar in Hulla, but for me, such a thing seems beyond my grasp. The only one I've ever really been able to have faith in was one member of my tribe and myself, and now I fear the biggest danger to our group is myself. I'm just holding everyone back, and if I keep going with the group, I'm going to be its end.
What do you mean by that? That can't be true. Guys, we've all failed in some aspect of our life. I've been failing non-stop. Every day has been a haunting reminder that I'm weak or feeble, but
I was honestly... It would have been better, I think, for everyone if I had died down there. At least then, the thing that's inside me probably wouldn't have been able to escape either and could have been taken down without it hurting anyone.
Her eyes kind of like blink. Wait, what? You gotta remember, she doesn't know anything about all this. Well,
yeah,
something
guys.
Inside you? What do you mean?
No, yes, I suppose Hulla's the only one I've told, but Have you ever heard of creatures called slards?
Slot. Well, let's roll a intelligence check for her.
I have no idea if anyone else is here at this point, but
they could be.
You might
another...
not want 607 in the room right now.
Okay. She's not familiar. I've never heard of such a creature. Sorry.
When I went out on my initial trial to survive in the wilderness as proof of adulthood, I faced a red reptilian monstrous creature. It had clearly been in a fight with something, I believe a winter wolf, but I managed to finish it off, but in doing so, it hit me with its claws and placed something within me, which, if I don't get fixed in time, it will gestate and burst out to me and kill everyone nearby. I should have just told my tribe and let them kill me there, but I'd seen what was happening to them and thought that perhaps if I could get this fixed, if I could find the strength, then I could go back and fix them, but I think I'm not strong enough. I don't think I ever will be.
Guys, you can't give in to that horror. You're just taking one step at a time. Sometimes you're gonna stumble, but you're not gonna fall, and you're certainly not gonna crawl like you did in that tunnel. You'll pick yourself back up. You'll find a way, I'm sure. I mean, Hulla's been teaching me things I didn't even know I was capable of. Maybe she even knows a spell that'll like fix this.
That's why I originally told Hulla, because I'd seen what her magic was capable of and thought maybe if I continued traveling with her, then she would gain enough strength to be able to fix this, but based on what happened in the tunnel, I'm not sure there's enough time. I'm not sure that I have the strength to stop it. That's one of the reasons I wanted to even do the trial, to prove to myself that I was strong enough, to prove that I could actually pass a trial of a tribe, even if it wasn't my own. Because even defeating a creature such as a Slard, it was on death's door. It's not even... I don't really think that counts, so I've lied to my entire tribe and put everyone in danger. I should have just been like those people that have been sacrificed at Oral and just wandered in the snow and hoped that it would just die before it found anything.
Faith seems to be unable to find the words to comfort this grim, dark situation.
And
simply stands up and hangs her head.
It's... I just don't know what I can do anymore.
This world, it shows no mercy. there's no pity from these cruel gods. I'm starting to understand that more and more. Those too weak to survive are just simply forgotten about, or worse, turn into monsters. But Geist, you can't despair. You can't just give in like this. We carried you before across that lake, right? Your friends carried you. I heard the story. They picked you up when you were down. And that's what they're for. That when we don't feel like we can stand, that's when they jump in and stand in the gap. So let's get you on your feet, Geist. Whilst you still have strength, even if you don't feel like you have any, there is some there. You have to stand. Only when your legs give out, then you don't have an excuse to keep fighting. But that's not yet. That's not today.
Dice
And
seems to
he offers a
mull
hand.
these words over and looks at the hand for a moment. I don't know whether it's a greater show of strength to keep fighting at this point or to find a way to stop this thing, even if that means that I have to stop as well. But
time may be running out, but it's not out yet.
for now, I will do my best, but things get worse, then I will.
I have no doubt. I have no doubt they're going to get worse, Geist. For all of us.
Oh. Let's hope your words ring true and friendship is enough to be the bridge to cross that gap. And with that, he'll take the hand and pull himself to his feet.
All right. Meanwhile, Eve, Ashanti, got the hangover of a lifetime. Bits looks like they're doing okay though. They've got another warm meal. This is this feasting hall. They have like a large grate with cooked meats on the go here. The rope is still laying out in the feasting hall from the the night previous. People haven't bothered to put it away.
Oh my God. I think something died in my mouth. And why the hell are y'all drumming?
Drumming? No one's drumming.
Oh no, somebody is drumming. It is so loud. Don't you hear it? Thump, 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 thump. God, get them to stop, please. By all the good gods.
607. What have you been doing this whole time? Sitting?
Waiting.
Waiting. Okay. Well,
Wandering. I did my little sentry's rest, and I've just been wandering the caves back around, waiting for everybody to get up.
Okay. If you've been wondering, there is something of interest, perhaps. Let's have a look. Yeah, in the there are some private caves where you're wandering right now. In fact, this is where there are some Goliaths. There are sleeping quarters for them, but in one cave in particular, there is a pile of treasure, not unlike the one in the Sky Tower shelter. This one contains, again, many different mixed coinage, gold, silver, and copper, many gemstones, and there seems to be a gold chain pendant as well, sort of rests on the top of the pile with a yellow diamond that glitters.
The yellow diamond.
Mm-hmm.
Can I do a check on it? Is anybody around? Or am I by myself?
This is a private quarters, so this would probably be like Oglei's actual chamber. So she's here, asleep.
Which room is it?
Oglei's cave. So I'll say like it's this one right here. Why not? Actually, it would have been the one with the Aarakocra, but it's fine. Either way, this one it has an interesting socket for this gem. So you can give me an Arcana check to sort of see if you recognize it. Yeah, be this one here. 10. 10 doesn't quite identify what it is exactly, but maybe the color of it indicates something, maybe of a particular element or type of magic. But the gem itself seems to be the thing that is magical. The actual gold necklace itself doesn't seem to have the same sort of shine. In fact, the gold looks like it has been like chipped in places, or it's just got like a bit of dirt and grime on it, which normally magic items don't have. You know that much. Whereas the diamond is like flawless. It's like pristine, so it sort of sticks out and amongst the like rusted gold.
Make a mental note of that and just be like, oh, everybody's got little trinkets, huh? Okay.
Indeed.
I keep wandering up to whatever this is. Oh, here's the Aarakocra guy.
Yeah, the Aarakocra's flying around free.
Yeah, just wandering around. And then I just sort of, yeah, as I'm doing this sort of pacing around, do I hear any of the conversation between Geist and Faith?
I think you
or
would, yeah.
Is it?
You might, yeah, you probably do over here, like the latter part of it, where you see Faith trying to like tell guys to like get up, like stand up, come on, don't give up. There's still time. Yeah, that's what you kind of
And
overhear.
later on his own.
All right, everyone, you've finished the long rest. What is your plan of action this morning? I'll say you'll reconvene in the feasting hall, where they're.
I'd like to ask what the funeral rites are for the newest members of the tribe.
An elderly.
Are you saying you want to die?
No, I don't want to, 607. But
We
I
play
think
a
I was
song.
poisoned last night somehow. Or that was poisoned. Oh, my head hurts.
It's no shame to lose to me in the tug of war.
That was your grand
You and
plan
I
to
had
begin with.
tug of war?
Yeah, I beat you and Eve and Bits and what's her name? Sky Marshal, whatever her name is. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the High Hunter.
Yeah, me and the boys over there. We unfortunately we dominated.
Was that your
Well,
plan all
as long as we had-
along? Just swap me out so that you could win?
I just wanted to be on the winning team.
Oh, great. She rolls back over into her woolly robe. The elderly Goliath begins the funeral rites and starts tapping rhythmically on a large goat skin drum.
Oh, please.
Here's the drumming. Here's the drumming.
I'd rather be alive. I'd rather be alive. I'm sorry.
A couple of other Goliaths are wrestling on the floor as well.
Right.
As is
So
customary in the morning.
we have the new members confirmed. We did the rituals. Geist is conscious again. How do we get our dragon bone so we can leave?
Yeah, good question.
This is a question to the tribe. Like, the whole really is the whole point of this. We didn't even know Eve before this. We came to get a dragon bone.
It is
No
kind of
offense, Eve.
important, says Hulla. Where are
No,
you
no,
guys?
no offense to Eve. No. We just, the whole purpose of coming here was for a dragon bone for somebody else.
Eve, now you are truly Thun Lokalaga. You plan on staying here, yes? Learning our ways? We have plenty to catch up on.
Well, I was hoping that I could be part of both clans. I know you're not very happy with that decision.
Of course you're part of both clans. Just like I'm half-orc and honorary Goliath. You don't stop being one thing just because you start being another.
Unless you
die of alcohol poisoning. And then if you die, you're not alive. But I don't know if you can die of alcohol poisoning or if you just get pickled.
Can we try it?
So yes,
As an experiment?
You're both things, not one thing.
Eve, if you want there to be peace between our tribes, then there needs to be one leader for both tribes to let this bloodshed end.
I volunteer as tribute.
You what? You want to? I was talking about a fight to the death, but
I vote Eve.
If 607 could smile, he'd be doing a little smirk right now.
I want to be the bridge between the two clans. I'd rather not have the bloodshed of either of my parents.
I see. Well, if it is not the parents' blood that is spilled, then it will be the tribesmen. Because that is what will continue to happen.
How about you just sit down and actually discuss things and come to an amicable arrangement rather than just constantly, you did this, but then you did this, and then you did this. Like, look.
And where do you propose we sit down and chat? I'm not going to waltz into Sky Tower shelter just so they can ambush me.
Well, what about in front of the mountains? Like it's not that far. It's
meet
not
in
far
the middle.
from. Yeah, meet in the middle.
Neutral ground, huh?
Yes, bring a few members of your tribe. They bring a few members of their tribe, and if there's any foul play, then we'll deal with it, I guess.
I'd rather you didn't get involved. More than you already have.
Well, I mean,
comes to blows.
True,
I need
but
your word you will not interfere.
Well, 3 of the people here are members of your tribe, so they can. I don't think, unless you're ordering them not to, I don't think they can not interfere. Whereas, and Eve is part of both tribes, so that's where it stands. But I mean, Eve is a good example of something that can that can come from both tribes being united. Sure, it took a second try to pass the trial, but they did so. And they've also got a cool griffin companion. They can show the true strength of both tribes.
That griffin is not a symbol of strength. That griffin is the symbol. It is the cause of this.
No, it's a symbol of Eve being able to overcome the fact that she was attacked by a griffin and can now still become friends with one. It's the perfect symbol here.
Ugh.
Coming to grips with those that you treat that could be an enemy, and instead forming a friendship to create a stronger, united force.
Eve? Well, what say you? You think Anne can talk it out?
Yeah, I think
Maybe
both of
not.
you can.
Mm.
You're both adult. It needs to be talked out. Set aside all of your grievances. I'm willing to be the middle ground between both of you, but this feud has gone on for way too long.
Very well. Tell him to meet on the spine of the world, neutral ground.
Okay.
And you cannot bring any more than 4 warriors.
Okay. So, changing the subject a little bit. Are we able to have a bit of the dragon's bones? My friends, they're like they need it to save their other friend. And we did do that favor for you. Hulla cured your Aarakocra friend's wing. Even if it's a little teeny tiny bit. Like
she sighs.
Just like a pinky toe.
And actually I wasn't there for that, but or was I?
If I give you
And
the bones, then
we'll also keep an eye out for your missing Goliath on our trek across the Icewindale.
If I give you the bones, then you'll have no reason to stay. And then who will Wayani have to lose in competitions against?
You have our word. All of our word. I don't know about 607.
To beat in competitions, you mean? Except for that last one. Well, very well. You organize this meeting. Okay?
Yeah.
If Anne agrees to meet on neutral ground, and this goes as planned, then I will allow you to partake of the bones.
It'll just be a little pinky toe bone.
Right. Then I suppose we best head on our way to go speak with Arn. How long does it take to travel to the other tribe again?
It takes like half a day.
Okay. I'm just thinking on our timings at the moment. Like, how long have we got left before we've got to get back?
Yeah.
Like,
not long.
Right.
He was already cutting it close.
Can we just have 1 or 2 people fly over on the axe beaks and just make it a real quick hop over commute?
Yeah, you don't all have to go over. You don't need to.
Eve will have to go, obviously.
Yeah.
Got persuade Pops. Who wants to come with me?
I mean,
I'll go with you. Guys should stay behind. I'll go with you.
Sure.
Okay.
Are you going or staying?
How many axe beaks have we got?
Enough for all except you.
Yeah, basically.
You can have mine.
Okay. So is it just
Amazing.
so it's just 607 and Eve who's going, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, the rest of you
Can
can
do.
make insight checks. Those who are not going.
Okay.
Where was that dice roll earlier, huh? And you know what?
Good.
Because I don't know when else I'm going to use it, I'm going to use my D6.
Ooh, 22.
That only put me up to a 15.
Okay. 15. Well, this is maybe not something irregular for you to see. People, are always armed and ready for battle for you guys in a tribe, in a survival situation. It's normal for them to be carrying weapons. But for Ashanti and Hulla, they are. I mean, Hulla, you've encountered many unsavory folk, and you've seen things come down to um, a knife's edge.
Hmm.
And I think also for Ashanti, you meet all kinds on the road, right? And you have to be a very good judge of character,
Right.
knowing if someone's trying to just come across as amicable or whether they're really trying to stage some sort of highway robbery. You can see that perhaps behind some caved corners, Ogilai is assembling her best her best warriors, and you can see Wayani is in the blacksmith, but she's not forging weapons; she's sharpening them, and you can hear the grinding of a whetstone, and you just as you can see them gathering and ready, you just get the sense that they're ready for a fight, and they kind of like got that kind of silence about them, not really talking much. They're not just everyone would normally be doing competitions, right? There's like all the wrestling and all that. There doesn't seem to be that vibe in the air. There's no like competitions or even goat ball taking place. It's like all the Goliaths are on a little bit on edge or nervous, like they know something you don't.
Yeah.
It's about to go down, but yeah. So
Right.
that's happening.
I guess I would wander around, um, and I'd wander over to Wyoming, and
Mm-hmm.
I'd sit down and start sharpening my tools and say, "Is it always this quiet, or is it just y'all are being nice because of my head?"
Mm-hmm. uh, it is nice to have some silence from time to time. But you're right. It is a bit too quiet. She turns to one of the elder, says, "Play us a song," and you begin sort of again rhythmically tapping on the goat skin drum. But it's not like the same drum as before, like the kind of more jovial. Uh, it's now more of like almost like a kind of a spiritual drumming. You can hear him like humming to it as well. Uh, and it's yeah, it's not a like a how do you describe it's like a war beat, more like the drums of war rather than a minstrel in a tavern.
You're expecting treachery, aren't you?
I expect to protect our clan, our tribe. We will not fall for any deceptions, so we're just readying ourselves for the worst.
I understand. You prepare for the bandits. You don't get surprised by them.
Exactly.
But you're not planning on starting anything, are you? I only ask because I need to know if I am to fight with you as a part of the clan or not.
Their silence is telling Ashanti. You hit the nail right in the head. If anyone's starting it, it seems like it's going to be the Thun Lokalaga. She turns to you and says, "You should always be ready. But you will have my word. If a fight comes, I will order you to stand down. You need not get involved."
You have my word that I will fight against treachery and dishonor and evil wherever I see it. And, member of the tribe or not, I will not stand by if somebody is going to be treacherous. Treacherous. Still can't speak.
Well then, you'd best walk in front of us.
Okay, I take the warning. Thank you.
All right.
Can I take a minute to talk to the healer? And
yes,
just
you can.
because he seems like the only one who maybe might be willing to accommodate a compromise.
Yeah,
Seeing
they're
as
probably
you-
in their own private quarters at the moment. So
Yeah.
you can go over to a rock Thundercaller.
A rock.
If you hover over this token, you'll see their name.
I thought it was Aaron for some reason. Anyway, a rock. Yeah, so how we don't think this is gonna go well, right? This battle between the tribes, there's so much enmity. Is there anything we can do?
Wish that
I
were.
mean,
It'd make my job a lot easier. I've
I
already had
mean,
to
when
fix
they
broken
go ahead,
bones.
go.
There's been scuffles, but there is perhaps hope. For all this speak of bloodshed, there has actually yet to be a Goliath death on either side. In all the years
Really?
of this warring, he nods. Yes. It's almost
good.
as if he like looks outside the cave for a moment and just checks back in again. And sort of hushes his tone and says, "It's almost as if this is not a war between the clans, but a war between the chieftains."
And
The Goliaths themselves they've been honorable on both sides, letting us tend to each other's wounded, letting us tend to our wounded. You know, although there has been bloodshed, it's more like sparring. You know, it's come to blows, but it's not come to death.
So the regular Goliaths of the tribe, except for the chieftains, they don't really, their heart's not in it. They don't want to be at war. Is that right?
Would anyone want to be at war at a time like this endless winter?
I don't know. I thought that you guys were at war. To be honest, it was perfectly believable that scarcity and hard times brings out hostility. But maybe, I don't know.
What you said before our chieftain, everyone's secretly thinking it. But no one's going to question the authority of our chieftain. No one's going to just outright betray them. We are still honor bound.
Of course, and I don't mean to. I wouldn't want anyone to be disloyal. I'm hoping maybe we can convince the chieftain to, I don't know, change their mind. They seem stubborn. Everybody seems so set in their ways, and even if they don't agree, they're still set on this conflict. Geist has been saying, you know, that this is the worst time to be at war. We can't. We can't fight when we have the world itself is against all of us.
You're not wrong.
So how do we help me? How do we convince
Their
them?
sense of pride, perhaps, and
Pride.
a long-standing disagreement that maybe is sort of sat in Eve's hands now.
So it's all up to Eve to break that stubbornness. Maybe
I feel as
so that
though
nobody has to back down. Maybe there's some way. I don't know. I'm not smart enough for this. This isn't what I do.
Well, if there was a way to simmer the fires, we would have definitely done it by now. But again, we are not ones who can question our chieftains. But Eve is both under both their tribes, but also sort of not. She has the will to be able to protest against either one, perhaps.
She's the key. And she passed the test, right? So
She is Thunlaka, yes. But she is also Akanathi.
Right.
In that respect, she has the respect of both tribes, and she is their daughter, the chieftains. I feel as though perhaps she is both the solution and also the biggest pain point. It is her presence in Sky Tower that made our Wealgeist so spiteful, but I can only imagine if when Eve comes to tell this meeting, it might turn bad for her on Arn's side as well. Who's to say?
Okay. Well, that's good to know. I think that's that's what we're hoping for, that she can be the bridge between the two. And
So any way you can help her, I suggest you do it, because she seems to be the linchpin.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
The least I can do. I should be thanking you for helping that Aarakocra. They would have probably never been able to fly again if it wasn't for you.
You really ought to learn some healing spells. It's really very useful as a just to have at least one member of the tribe. It's I can teach you if you'd like, if we had a bit more time.
I would like that.
But for now, let's do what we can. Maybe talk to some people. See if you have any friends in the tribe. Maybe talk to them just quietly and without being disloyal. Suggest that maybe there's a path forward out of war. You know, without saying that you want to lose, but that you want compromise. And I'll try and talk to some people too, and I'll just suggest it. You know.
I'll do what I can.
Okay. All right. I'll fist bump him.
Yeah, fist bumps. 2 healers, 1-on-1. I think I can actually get this Arak to perhaps talk to Wayani and the other 2 members that Chieftain Ogalai plans on taking with her. They may be the most strongest, but maybe he can sway them to not be disloyal, but rather, like you said, come to a compromise. So,
okay, cool. Yeah.
Have you got proficiency in persuasion?
Yes, I do. I do have
proficiency. You want to roll that for me?
How did I get that? That's wild.
That's a good question, actually. Okay.
Oh no.
So do you try to go talk to the others out here and try to get them on your side? They may all be thinking the same thing, but they do not either they don't know they're all thinking the same thing and don't necessarily want to show it in front of others, right? So any talk of this conversation is quickly like shunted or pushed away, pushed aside, so that they don't.
And I guess they wouldn't trust an outsider anyway.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
I'm not expecting much, but
yeah. Whereas
okay, well, 5.
But Arik is going to try and do his best to try and convince some of the ones who are going with her, because he's not been picked for obvious reasons. He's just a healer. He's more likely to save lives than take them. So
yeah.
Okay, let's go to even 6 or a 7 now, as you've probably made it to Sky Tower Shelter. The travel pretty uneventful, but I will say on the way you do spot the perfect kind of neutral ground that you were looking for, Eve. It's a pass in the spine of the world that is like a road that connects the two. Like it's this kind of steep, hilly cliff. There's a few like broken trees along the path, and there's a couple of craggy rocks. But it's almost like where both the paths can join, right? Their switchbacks up the side of the mountain connect to theirs as well. And it's like the perfect kind of middle ground. So you note that as you're heading on. I'll in fact even take you to that map. Why not? You can see where this is going to be potentially staged. This hasn't got vision, has it? Okay, there we go. Yeah. So yeah, you're like traveling along here. There you go. On your axe peaks, going along. And yeah, you feel like this might be the best place for it. All right. We'll take you to Sky Tower. Right. So when you return, they immediately call out and ask where the rest of your group is. Kind of suspicious as to what's gone down.
Well, they stayed behind. They sent us as emissaries of sorts to set up some kind of talk.
All right. Well, I guess Arn Rocksplitter has been waiting for you. Sorry, Rockfist. Rockfist is he's with Cloudstrider.
Sure. Let's go. Where are they? We'll go talk to them.
Through here. Okay, so you come back into the, what's it called? The Chieftain's Cave. 12-foot high cave. There's a crackling fire in its center. The walls lined with
there's a big cat. Beware those, they're dangerous.
No, they're fine. This is just a tamed kraken.
Last one I saw of those that tried to kill me.
He's perfectly safe. Aren't you, Fluffy? Yes.
I'll stay on this side of the room.
Alright.
I don't trust cats.
Arn sees you and welcomes you in. You're back. He sits down. Wizened old Goliath. The Yeti fur cloak draped over his chair.
Well, we come with good news and bad news.
Bad news?
Good news. Good news is that Eve here passed her test and is an official member of both tribes now.
And looks at
Bad news. Yeah. Bad news is that Orc Splitter still wants to kill you.
That's probably more now than ever. Now that she has what she wants, which is you.
Yes.
Eve.
Well,
Yeah.
we're we've come back to set up an arrangement of a meeting between both parties on neutral ground. If you are willing to do that.
Although I must warn you, there's a very good chance she will challenge you to single combat to the death.
Which we will neutralize, or I will neutralize, because this is civil.
Or it could be.
No.
She might have other ways as well. I'm just saying, she's out for blood.
This is a peaceful meeting. So I am hoping and praying to the gods that both of you can speak like grown adults.
As long as you don't betray one another.
Exactly. I can agree with you that bit.
Which she might do that though. She might try to ambush you.
That's what the rest of the party has stayed for, so she doesn't like betray or I don't know cause an issue with the meeting. The agreement is both parties will be sending 4 people with them, so you will take 4 people and she will.
Including myself?
Yes.
Okay.
And
as much as I want to believe this good intention, I have to stay realistic. This is a trap.
Could very well be a trap, yes. Those are good instincts.
And you may not even realize you're setting it up yourself, Eve. You are not at fault for that. But I don't see this being, as you put it, amicable. Why should I go into her trap? Why should I risk my men's life?
It's not a trap. It is not a trap. It is what me and my new companions have set up. It's going to be on neutral ground on the spine of the world.
Your companion here says that there is a strong possibility.
My companion here just likes to ensue chaos from what I have observed, so I'd probably take what he says with a pinch of salt.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Come on. Oh. I hate the dice today.
Eve.
I would say to trust your instinct.
I trust you, but I do not trust Orc Splitter.
Orc Splitter is nothing gonna. She's gonna try to betray you. She said it herself that she wants your head. Literally
that
the
was
first
before.
thing she said.
That was before I took the trial.
Literally the first thing she said to us was that she wants your head, and she wanted us to bring it back. Even after the trial, she said she wanted to kill you in single combat and take over both tribes.
No, she didn't. You suggested that. Now,
you were there for that conversation, and you were in the room when she did suggest it.
That's true. Yeah. Those are the facts. Like,
those are the facts. She did come in on her own and say that she wanted to challenge him to single combat.
I will say though, maybe there is some sort of underlying insight check here that you could roll versus 607's deception. Now you're not outright lying, I know, but it is.
I'm not lying at all.
It isn't, but it is a form of deception that Eve has maybe picked up on. So let's just have those roll off and see if that's something that is detectable, because it is interesting that.
Oh, come on, it's my best thing.
That's your charisma persuasion, by the way. I don't know if it's not.
Well, it's just my persuasion. I'm trying to persuade. I'm telling the truth.
Sure. Eve, you may be right in detecting that there is sort of a agent of chaos, perhaps. But yeah, you can't tell much more than the fact that your mother definitely suggested it. You 607 is bringing that up, however, here and now, and the fact that they were the only one who wanted to come with you is maybe also a little telling, just because maybe he wants to stir it a little bit or push it in that way further, push it to that conclusion. There is that possibility. You can't confirm that 100%, but it is telling that 607 is the only one who came with you and is now bringing that up.
Yeah.
I just want to point out that Ashanti had a massive hangover. Just want to state that out loud.
Otherwise, she would probably have come too. Yeah.
No ulterior motives. Ashanti wasn't thinking anything other than my head really hurts.
I had just forgotten how murderous 607 is and how much he has a thirst for blood. I was just like, okay, great. One member of the party's gone. That'll do it.
But Eve, right now, this is the situation. Trusts you, doesn't trust the other chieftain. He doesn't trust Ogolai. And you're going to need to come up with some way to get him to agree to meeting on this neutral ground. And of course, silent, blind Goliath, Harrow Cloudstrider has also been just sort of sitting here listening in on over this. She seems to be quite a wise old elder here as well. One that Arn deeply respects as well. You could try and get her on your side, maybe. Maybe then Arn will listen to her rather than listen to you and 607. Or you could come up with some other incentive to meet. But right now, he's gonna say, I'm not going to risk my warriors. If this is a trap, which it sounds like it will be. Even if it's not a trap, she still has the intention to shed blood. And my honor dictates that I do not draw first blood. Which means she will have all the opportunity to strike first in an ambush or a sucker punch, whatever comes my way. But I just don't think it's a good idea. I'm sorry, Eve.
If she's wanting to attack you, she'll have to go through me first.
I do not want you getting hurt, Eve. This is...
But I want this settled. I do. It's not just that. My new friends, they've lost someone, and this is a way that they can bring them back. So it's not just uniting the two clans that I'm a part of. It is the opportunity to raise a loved one, a compatriot. So it's not just about us as tribes. It's about more than that. And we are on a really tight time crunch.
Eve, there may be one life lost. And maybe we can bring back one. But that is still putting at risk many lives. But potentially bringing back one. And if your friends are able to bring back those who have been lost, then why can they not bring back? Can they not bring back the griffin that was slain, that was murdered?
Possibly. if it's the same means of reviving their compatriot, we could possibly revive the griffin as well. This can all be talked about, though, between me, you, Mother, in this neutral ground. Obviously, the friends that I've made, they will be the middle ground between both parties as well. So I'm just asking you to trust me.
I do trust you, Eve.
Trust
I do.
my decision. I got over the crawl.
For that I am boundless. I'm so proud. But listen, again, it's not you that I don't trust. It's her. She has blood in her eyes. She wants my head. This neutral ground you speak of could be an ambush, could be a... I don't know what she plans, but I can assure you it's very much likely going to lead to more aggression, more animosity.
If there's signs of aggression, then retreat. There is always the option to retreat. I know it's not in our nature to retreat from a battle. I would never say no to a battle, but it is being smart enough to pick and choose what battles are take place.
I call for a retreat. The warriors, they will think me weak. They will think me a coward. And it is almost sort of admitting guilt. Admitting that we are not the ones in the right.
Elder Harad, what are your thoughts on this?
She leans forward, seems to be petting the crag cat, listening silently, and says, I think that I think firstly you shouldn't give the chieftain false hope. The idea that someone can bring back a griffin that has been long dead. This isn't about righting wrongs anymore. If that wrong could have been righted, it would have been done long, long ago. No. This isn't about making things right. This is about burying the past. This is about forgiveness. Who was wrong? Who was right? That'll be a war that rages on forever. What you need to do is convince these stubborn old chieftains that it's not worth fighting for.
I feel like I've done that with Mother though. Yeah,
Does she accept blame?
Not really.
Then what?
But I don't see either accepting blame.
Exactly. This is my point. Neither one will, which means you must devise another ending to this impasse. But right now you need to convince this old stubborn chieftain to go with your plan, yes? For neutral ground. Well.
The problem is It sounds like he's too much of a coward to meet her head on neutral ground. Did you hear that? I think you're a coward. Both of you.
Your suggestion was to run if things got heated. That is the cowardly way out. Surely.
Yeah,
You
but
cannot expect me to just run and turn.
you're not even going to go in the first place. So what's the point? You're being a coward from the first, like, I don't know.
Out the
On...
gates.
You could step up and just combat yourself. Take care of it just one-on-one. Wouldn't risk the lives of your tribesmen or their tribesmen. And then there'll be an outcome. Nobody would call you a coward regardless of the result.
Yeah.
Yes, but she is organized bringing 4. Which means it won't be a one-on-one, will it? She's devised something. I know it. But
if you challenge her to single combat, I truly do believe she will agree to that, and her warriors will abide by it.
how
And
can you be so sure?
You just gotta trust. Put a little faith in it.
Then again, maybe you're right. You know her better than I do. Maybe she'll wait until you're weak and then have the rest of her tribe attack you.
Just like they did the griffin. Wait until it was tired out. Killed it in its nest. She's done this before, Eve. She has killed without honor before. Or at least ordered it so.
The only thing I can really suggest is you can either meet at the spine of the world and trust it, or you can just stay here and be a coward. Well,
you can see he's like gritting his, like grinds his teeth every time you say coward. It's like the worst thing you can call a Goliath. It's almost like worse than just, you know, everyday insults. Roll me a persuasion check.
probably not gonna be good. Oh, actually.
It's 18. You're actually proficient in persuasion despite having a minus charisma. It's interesting. It's actually very interesting to see that. I've never like seen someone take a skill in something
Life
they're
hacks.
negative at. But yeah, I mean it's helped in this situation, so Eve, you little shit. You know I cannot turn down a challenge.
In our blood.
It's in our veins. Very well. It is a challenge. I will accept.
Yeah.
I know this is a challenge. I know this will likely end in blood. So I too will bring my best. And no, that does not include you, Eve. You know, you are not going to get caught in the middle of this. That is the one condition. If I go, if this does turn to blows, you do not get in the crossfire. You do not enter the fray. You understand?
But I cannot say no to a fight.
Eve, you want
proud
us to
warrior.
figure this out? If it is not just for my sake, but for the sake of both tribes. Or if
Fine.
we deal each other mortal blows, who will be left to lead the tribes? You are the bridge between our people. if you are seen striking at one of us, then you will only have the vengeance of the other tribe to deal with. You understand?
Fine.
You must remain neutral.
I'll stand on the sideline.
Minerva as well. Don't want to see him pecking any eyes out. Alright?
Fine. You've got a deal.
Alright.
Just be ready
Mm,
in case things don't go well.
I will be. Alright. He turns to one of the nearby Goliath warriors and says, alright. Gather our finest. Gather Stormcrow and Heavy Saddle. And Rahi. We will need her eyes. If this is a trap, she will see it coming. Rahi, you know, is your griffin tamer. And you two can make insight checks. Though for Eve, this is probably a very easy DC. As these go about organizing. Yeah, Eve's smashing it now. You know, if he's talking about Eve, Rahi's eyes, and they're bringing her. Rahi isn't obviously much of a fighter. She's actually quite an old Goliath warrior, but she's an incredible griffin tamer. And they, you know, if they're bringing Rahi, they're bringing griffins. That's what that means. And he's technically not breaking any rules because he said you can bring 4 warriors. Didn't say anything about griffins. So, yep. But you can tell he is definitely going to stay true to his word. He doesn't draw first blood like his thing. All right. So, but as he's organizing them, you see Harad speaks up. Cloudstrider says,
If you're taking your best, you should take me.
"What? This is going to be a fight, Cloudstrider."
He's right.
It won't be a fight if I'm there.
Or you'll die if it becomes one.
It's out of the question.
You think me frail?
No. But
It's my wisdom you need, not my strength.
I cannot risk it.
Well then, take my son at least.
He raises an eyebrow.
Go on.
You know he's strong, capable.
Swift with an axe as well.
Very well. Fine. We will bring Kanayaka. And yeah, he gathers up him instead. And you see Cloudstrider probably exchanging words with his son before he departs as well. Anyway. It's a private conversation. Don't know what it's about. But in any case, let's speed this along, shall we? You guys can make it back in the same day and arrive. Or would you like to stay at the... I mean, no, you've probably got to go ahead to tell them that it's on. And this you're going to meet at the Spine of the Wild, right?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and go back.
Okay then, in that case.
Make a way.
Travel with them to the meeting point first of all. You tell them this is where you're going to be meeting.
Yeah.
And then you travel onwards, leaving them to wait a few cold hours So when you return to Wormdoom Crag, you tell everyone the news that the meeting is on. And is there anything else people want to do before they set out? Any preparations?
No, I don't think so. Just, yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay. Ashanti, Geist, are you ready to go?
Ready as I'll ever be.
How does Orc Splitter look right now?
They look ready. Their axes keenly sharpened, and they
Okay.
they look like they got a smile on their face, like this is finally happening. Like they
as we get ready to leave, I'm just saying he's gonna be there, but he is bringing griffins, and I'll leave her with that thought.
The old fool. Actually, you know what I should write? I should actually roll, if that's the case. Actually, I'm just gonna say, with a 13 with the insight, you might not necessarily know exactly what's going down. Eve got a 19 and definitely knows they're bringing griffins, but
okay.
You
and I'll say then instead of the griffins thing, I'll just say he's ready for a fight.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. All right. Because that griffin thing might have actually swayed her in a certain way, I think.
Okay.
But yeah,
okay.
I did specifically mean it was Eve that sort of noticed all that. Okay. Rahi is not someone you know. Okay, I'm gonna grab all of you. And let's slap you down on the spine of the world. Okay. Alright, go ahead and position yourselves wherever you like.
Have we changed map?
I'll do the same.
We haven't changed map yet.
Now we have.
Ah.
So Wormdoom Crag is on the right hand side, so yeah, they're on the right side. Alright. So as you're approaching this from this craggy side of the road, people take up positions on either up on the high ground or behind rocks. Only one who's out in the open is Chieftain Ogolai. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rahi finds a high perch and gets ready with her whistle. Meanwhile, Arn is just simply flanked by his two Goliath companions. And they reach the point where this broken tree is. It seems like a fitting place. I should also roll for weather to see what the hell's going on during this time. 6. That's not good. I suppose I should also roll for the other day. Changing 7 again. Okay, that makes it interesting. It's a dense fog, which means it'd be very hard to see the griffins. Okay. So Ogolai steps forward, and you hear Arn call out. Ogolai. Arn. You need not have your clan hide behind rocks. Our daughter has arranged this meeting so that we may speak. But I know you will always carry your axe in your hands. Regardless. Indeed, it's supposed to be a conversation. So let us talk. She steps up towards the broken tree, getting closer, kind of hefting the axe as she does. Rockfist, he doesn't have a weapon drawn at all, but he has a similar great axe as well, like on his back, as well as a whole load of javelins. Okay, so we just test something. There is obvious tension in the air. They almost like stare down each other for a moment. Like they acknowledge they want to talk, but it seems almost as if no one wants to start the conversation. Almost like they're still both even unwilling to talk, even now, face to face.
Why? I'm going to turn to 607. Why did they divorce? I'm going to say this not very quiet. I'm intending to be quiet, but, my voice is echoing around and...
Because they're both stubborn.
Ah. Is there a specific trigger? Excuse me, and I'm going to shout to both of them. My dad is holed up in a little apartment above a cobbler's shop with a leg he can barely work on because my mother died. And if love can survive past the grave, it can survive past whatever you two are arguing about. You have an amazing daughter. Not good at tug of war, but she's still really amazing. And I think that if for no other reason, you should talk. I know my father would give anything to talk to my mother again.
It is our daughter that caused this rift between us. Not her fault, but I mean her trial. That's what started all of this. Well, it was one thing that started all of this.
Are you guys still talking about the griffin?
No, I'm talking about the trial now.
Oh, the trial.
Yeah. No one dares bring up the griffin thing yet.
Okay.
Because that's just that's like a no win-win. It's a lose-lose, I meant. She says he says, and now she has completed her trial. She is Thun Lokalaga, yes? Which means she is free to go wherever she pleases. We need not have this friction between us, this divide. She rolls her eyes and says, she has been in the Sky Tower for years. I missed her grow up. I missed her mature. And now you want me to just pretend that it's all going to be okay now. What about those lost years we could have had as a family?
What about the years going forward? You may have lost a tremendous amount, but every day you're losing more. And if she grew up amongst the griffins, maybe her children grow up amongst your tribe. Or maybe you'll split half and half. Or maybe you live together part of the year. There are all kinds of solutions. The only solution that is permanent and irreversible is death. That's the only thing we can't fix. And we are hoping our friend is just petrified, because we were told his soul is still there. And we're hoping to bring him back to life. But you can't. But
yes, we all know
I'm
what
losing
you
my
want from
words.
this. We all know why you're here and why you're doing this.
Because death is irreversible. You two have so much life left to live. You have a daughter. You could have grandkids one day. Do you really want to miss more? Is this worth missing more? Losing every day, every minute.
Ashanti is right. Death is final. Death is irreversible. Which is why it broke my heart when you ordered the murder of our griffin. You have no excuse. So what say you? She says, kind of like spits into the snow and says, murdered? I defended against your savage griffin. It'd gone out of control. It had the taste for blood. A child's blood at that. What would you have had that thing hunt down our own daughter? Hmm? We had to put it down. Because you can't keep control of these monstrosities. They are not monstrosities. They are allies. They are tribe. Just as any one of us are. And what do we do with those who betray the tribe? Hmm? The same punishment goes. I did what I had to. You see them both kind of clenching their knuckles. This is obviously a situation that neither has ever come to a resolution for, and probably never will. The words of Cloudstrider echo through your head, Eve. The fact that this isn't about right or wrong anymore. It's not about finding a resolution or fixing what was broken, but rather trying to bury this in the past and trying to move forward, just forgiving. Not both of them need to accept blame somehow, but neither one's going to. So if you have any interjection that might help,
Right.
you might be the one to do it.
Listen, both of you. You're pretty much aware of why you're both here today. It's not about who's right or wrong, because you can argue this until the cows come home, to be quite honest. Shut up, Jamey. This meeting is about burying the hatchet. What has, like, what can come out of holding a grudge. Nothing but pain and anger. I know we're Goliaths and we get angry and all that, but literally, guys, it's been years. It is like nearly a decade of you guys just fighting over this one incident. Bury the hatchet already. I know it's probably hard. You're both hard-headed.
Poor choice of words. You hear
But
you hear Ogilai say, she's like gripping an axe. I'll bury the hatchet, all right. Inside that
not
bald head of his.
not literally. Simmer down. Jeez, both of you. It's like, honestly, both of you, it's like talking like this, I feel like I'm hitting my head against a brick wall. Like, for real, bury your pride and literally just move on. If you don't like each other, fair enough. But yeah, pretty much.
Eve, your dad said that you can go anywhere now. Why don't you come with us? Maybe neither of them deserve you.
Yeah, Ashanti, you're right. If you continue to fight, and I'm the cause of pretty much all of the negativity, then I'm gonna go on an adventure with my new friends. You guys can be in your own little territories on your own. But yeah, if the fighting continues, I won't come back.
If the fighting continues, there won't be a tribe to come back to.
Yeah.
Don't you see that? You're fighting against the nature itself. You can't do it separated like this. If you don't have if you don't have forgiveness, then at least have some common sense. Have some strength. And think of what your people need for you to do.
Exactly.
Do you really want to keep fighting? When there's blizzards every day and you're going to start dying when the hunts dry up?
You see these two Goliaths kind of share a look amongst themselves. And I think it's time we start making some dice rolls. Eve, you definitely can roll persuasion with advantage because of the way you've taken that stance. I really enjoy that. They're both kind of like clearly on your side. So an 11, okay. And then you talking about Hulla mentioning that there is for the good of both tribes to unite against the cold and Oril, this everlasting winter, basically. You can also roll me a persuasion check as well.
With advantage?
Just gonna say this one, this one's flat. But
oh,
okay.
That didn't help at all. Sorry.
Well, it's okay because we're gonna also roll these checks for them as well.
Oh God.
I'm sorry, Evie. I just destroyed your tribe.
It's fine.
Like, it's okay. Oh
no! So this I was rolling for basically like an intimidation check for Ogilai, mentioning burying the hatchet in his head, and also she's gonna mention Eve's right. You should go off on your own adventure, Eve. Go explore the world. Then you can let Ann know what it's like to not have a daughter around.
Do you want your daughter back? At all?
Yes, of course I do.
Funny way of showing it.
But I'd rather he not have her all to herself.
But he wouldn't.
So what you're saying is if you can't have her, no one can. You're treating her like property. She's a living being. She's not a prize to be won.
Isn't Eve the one who suggested going off on her own herself? She's the one who suggested.
Yes, but my point was with Ogle Eyes basically saying, yes, go off purely to spite this person. That's not really the point.
Ogle Eyes agreeing with her daughter.
Everyone is provides for the clan. An sort of says, it's obvious you're not listening to any sense. Sounds like the only one who's hitting their head against the wall is you, Ogalai. And you hear a slight whistle in the air. And you see, well, no one sees it because there's dense fog everywhere. But you know what that whistle means, Eve. It means like griffins are circling, but they are so well hidden in the dense fog. They're clearly just maybe hovering, but that quick whistle was definitely the griffins preparing for maybe a strike, knowing that these negotiations might just fall. But it's not over just yet. There is still potentially a chance. I'm just mentioning that it's obvious Ogalai is getting ready. He knows this might go south. Faith says, how about we just adjourn for a moment? Just like 10 minutes? Like let either side cool off. You know, dig into some rations, and we'll call that round one.
That sounds like a good idea, Faye.
As you wish. Don't take too long, though. We've been freezing out here for hours already. You see them retreat momentarily. Ogalai. She uses her pent up rage and just sinks the axe into the stump of the tree. Anyway, these two groups, these two clans have adjourned for now, just for the moment. Phew. Faith lets out a deep sigh.
Is this where we're stopping since it's been 5.5 hours?
I think so. I think this is a good stopping point because I don't want to get into something that might end up going even further. So this is a good stopping point, and then it also gives you time to maybe think of some more arguments or reasons or words even that can try and sway them. But yeah, this is where we'll end tonight.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So on that tense, awkward argument,
We have made no progress. That was terrible.
It does feel like it. Hey, getting them out here into the neutral ground is a huge amount of progress. Trust me. But it's the final hurdle that's really tough.
Yep.
But no, good job so far, and we'll see if there's anything else you can maybe do to sway this even further. But right now, I'm considering that basically one failure. If it hits like another two, then it's basically things boil over. It's basically like a skill challenge. I'm going to try and run this as. So for now, that round one didn't go well, but you've got some other chances to maybe pull it back. But for now, that's one fail on the tracker, we'll call it. But yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for playing, and we'll hopefully be playing again next week. And are you here? Are you here for that? We don't know yet.
Yeah. I'll be a little bit after 6 because I'm scheduled to work till 6, but I'll be able to make the session.
Okay, perfect. All right, awesome.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, well then we will play again next week and hopefully come to a final conclusion here. But Man, it's tough. Stubborn Goliath. Catch you all then.
Yep. Bye for now.
Bye.